And chat. How's it going, guys? How did I resize this properly last time? I guess I didn't resize it. Alright, alright, let's continue. Last time we got one of the endings, one of the bad endings. There are 6, apparently. Apparently we got the last ending first. We are going to be continuing this. We have gotten back to an earlier part of the game, and we're going to try for different endings. Alright, we finished this room, right? Yes! It's opening! You found it! The hallway that left the cargo room headed straight toward the stern.
A long hallway, huh? Let's check it out.
Junpei and the other 3 proceeded down it silently. Some distance along it, a large room opened up on the left-hand side. It looked familiar. An iron grate covered each of the elevators. Junpei and his companions drew to a stop and began to discuss what their next move should be.
We've seen this elevator before.
We got off the one on the left just a little while ago.
Then we went through the number 6 door, and that took us to the engine room.
Yes,
Thanks for the recap.
and after that we passed through the cargo room.
And now we're back here.
Yeah, but on the other
In
side
other
of
words,
the
we
grate.
made a loop. We're back where we started.
Junpei approached the elevator.
We needed a card to get to this point.
I don't see a card reader here.
Perhaps we aren't able to activate it from this location.
Why don't you just try pushing the button?
Yeah.
Gently, he pushed the triangular button on the wall. A moment passed.
It works.
All right, here we go. Is everybody dead again? The elevator door opened and then eventually shut
I think
again.
so.
Pushing the button had apparently restored power to the elevator.
Good. Now we can go back if we need to.
What do we do? Should we return to C deck?
No, this hallway keeps going. Even if we do end up going back, I think we should see what's down there first.
I
Yeah,
agree.
good point.
Let's go.
Their decision made, Junpei and his companions left the elevators behind and continued down the hallway. Sometime
Looks
later,
like it ends here.
Santa, who had been walking several paces in front of the rest, suddenly stopped.
Only one door.
There were a bunch of doors on the side. Oh, I guess those are sealed up. They searched around just
There
in
isn't
case.
anything else. It's the only way to go.
It was the door or nothing.
All right, let's open it.
Junpei took a deep breath, readied himself, then grabbed the doorknob and pulled the door open. He paused for a moment, then stepped through into the room. And there he saw the number that had hung over their heads since they'd woken up. 9? Have we found the 9 door? That's the 9 door. 9.
The 9 door.
Like the numbers on every other door, this one too was a rough shape made of red paint. I guess we gotta go get the others. Its door was set into the back wall of the room. Junpei leapt toward it with a sudden burst of hopeful energy. It was a large double door, heavy and full of solemn importance. He grabbed the door handle and shook.
Of course it wouldn't be that easy.
Yeah, I don't know what you expected, Junpei. The red sat on the wall next to the door.
Vacant.
Displayed on it,
Huh. We finally found it.
Junpei felt himself overwhelmed by a torrent of emotion. At last they'd found the exit, but cold gripped his heart, and he knew all too well why. There are people who are gonna have to be left behind. As he stood, frozen, unsure of what to think or feel,
Huh?
Look! Behind you!
he spun around and couldn't believe what he
What?
saw.
A 9-door. There's another one.
Multiple 9 doors. Ooh. Is this the one that has... Is that a coffin? Why is there a coffin here? Is this a puzzle room? What was I about to say? So one of the endings had 2 branches. I'm guessing there are 2 9 doors here that I have to choose between.
Why?
Junpei's voice was barely audible, even to himself. He stumbled toward the second door, as if somehow compelled. It was a small single door. It sat in the starboard corner of the room, on the same wall as the door they'd enter from, but in the
It's
opposite
9,
corner.
no matter how you look at it.
It could be a really messed up
The
form.
red is there too. So this is a real one?
Junpei shook the door handle pointlessly and muttered to
Why?
himself.
Why the hell are there 2 doors?
It was Santa who answered.
There were always 2 doors. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only 1 door with a 9 on it.
One of these is a trap, probably. We probably have to do a puzzle in this room to decide which door to go through. That coffin looks suspicious.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
A door.
Of course, we just assumed
the
that there
door.
was only 1. After all, why would there be more than 1?
Oh, man.
Jeez.
We fell for it. There are 2 doors. That means that all 9 people who had met at the central staircase could escape. No one would be left behind.
Ooh, really? Oh, all 9 people. But now we
Now it
only have
makes sense why
7.
the bracelets are numbers. 1 through 9.
Divided into teams of 4 and 5 people. The digital root of both teams ends up being 9. Take 1, 2, 7, 8 and 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 for example. The digital root for both teams would be 9. Or 2, 3, 4, 9 and 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. The digital root is still 9.
Yeah, but now we're out of luck. So, Junpei and June are guaranteed to get out because no, there's probably other 9 roots that I'd have to add up. But of the 2 examples, oh no, of the 2 examples, the first one, neither team can get out because Snake and the 9th man are dead. The second example, Clover and Santa can't get out because 2 and 9 are dead, but the rest of us could.
There are a bunch of combinations that work and they all end up the same way. If one team has the digital root of 9, so would the other one.
Well, we can't do
What
that
does it
anymore.
mean? The answer's simple. From the very beginning, the Nonary game was designed to save all 9 people. That's how it was meant to be. Zero didn't lie.
Yeah, but Zero tricked the 9th man.
He never said there'd be only one 9 door.
Zero tricked the 9th man and made him think that he could get out on his own, though. So this game was never fair. Zero wants us to have to make the choice of who to leave
But
behind.
anyone who'd found themselves in the game would have assumed that was the case. Fights would have broken out.
One team would likely betray or deceive the other. Someone might be hurt. Someone might get killed. But eventually, they'd reach this very same room and realize how pointless all their infighting was. There were 2 doors. There was no need to kill each other.
They'd understand and be appalled, overwhelmed with guilt at what they'd done.
This game was designed for that purpose. This no-no-re game. We were all arguing and fighting over doors at the beginning. But if there had been one slip-up, one tiny mistake that led to more, everything could have been so much worse now.
Hello, Benjamin O. again. How's it going? The thought of it sent a chill down his spine.
So, what are we going to do, Junpei?
Well, the 4 of us can't go through a door. Wait. 3 plus... No, the 4 of us can't go through a door. Because we were 6, I believe. No, 1 plus 3 is 4, plus 5 is 9, plus 6 is 14. So we were door 5. I'm doing fine. I'm enjoying this game very much. I just started today. This is the 3rd part of my playthrough. I've already gotten one of the endings, the submarine ending, and I'm working on the others. A voice broke through Junpei's frantic thoughts. Santa's voice.
Oh, right. Hey, keep it together, man. Sorry. Jeez. So what do we do?
I guess we go get everybody else.
We need to think about our next step.
Our numbers are 1, 3, 5, and 6. That's a digital root of 6.
The 4 of us can't open the number 9 door.
The 4? Wait, don't tell me.
Yep. There's one combination that'll let 3 of us open the 9 door. That's why I'm asking, what now?
What now?
It took him no time at all to determine the answer. There was only one combination of 3 people that would give a digital root of 9. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 9. Oh, leaving June behind. That would mean...
No, we gotta go back.
That wasn't a possibility he was willing to consider. Santa and Ace agreed.
I agree. We cannot leave June behind.
Junpei let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. I'm glad Santa's on board with that.
Are you sure?
I'm still suspicious of you, June. Even though you died in the submarine ending, I'm still suspicious
I
of you.
don't mind staying.
Really? You're sure? June's body betrayed her true feelings. Her eyes were wet with the beginnings of tears, and her legs shook.
There's no way we'd leave you behind.
Santa had said what Junpei had known the moment he realized which 3 people could go through the door.
I'd rather drown at the bottom of the ocean than escape with this sausage fest.
Oh,
maybe I'll get to go to Atlanta.
Are you sure you don't mean Atlantis?
No, he means Atlanta.
Huh? Oh, right.
Perhaps it was the sudden reassurance that no one wanted to leave June behind, but Junpei laughed harder than he had in some time. Santa and Ace smiled.
You guys.
June blinked tears from her eyes and bit her lip. She didn't seem to know what else to say. Okay, so we're 15. So the 4 of us plus Clover could go through the door. No, sorry. That's... I keep thinking we're 14 and not 15.
Very well. Best we head back to C-Deck then. We should be able to take the elevator we passed earlier. Perhaps Clover, 7, and Lotus will have returned from door 1.
Even as Ace spoke, they knew finding the others wouldn't improve the situation.
Even with all 7 of us.
Ace knew it.
Standing around here isn't going to accomplish anything, don't you agree? Let's find the other 3 first, and then search for another solution.
What do the other... aside from Junpei, Santa, and Ace. What do June, Lotus, 7, and Clover add up to? 6 plus 7 is 13, plus 8 is 21, plus 4 is 25. So that's a 7. Is there any combination of those 4 that can get through a 9 door? 7 plus 6 is 13, plus 4 is 17, so that's a bust. 7 plus 8 is 15, plus 4 is 19, so that's a bust.
I guess you're right.
All right, let's go.
Ace looked at all 3 of them, then turned and headed through
Yeah.
the door.
Okay.
Santa and June followed. Thank you, Benjamin. I hope it goes well, too. Thank you for stopping by. You can check out the rest of my playthrough on YouTube if you want. If you want to catch up. This will be up on YouTube by tomorrow, too.
Huh.
Junpei started toward the door. Then
Come to
stopped.
think of it, what is this room?
It didn't seem terribly important now, but what exactly was
We were so
it?
focused on the doors, we didn't even look around.
A red carpet ran between 2 columns of wooden benches that ran the length of the room.
It looks like it's set up for some kind of ceremony. But what kind?
It's a church. Or it's a chapel, I guess. Facing the 9 door was the carpet leading to the bow of the ship. Facing which 9 door? There are 2 9 doors, Junpei. And at the end... that coffin has buttons on it. We're supposed to open that. I wonder if which candles are lit up or which lights are lit up is going to be part of a puzzle. Was it an altar, perhaps? There was a small rectangular alcove at the end of the carpet, and inside the alcove was a raised platform. It's a coffin, Junpei! How do you not recognize that? Resting on top of the platform was a coffin.
A coffin? What on earth is a coffin doing in a place like this?
But before Junpei had time to answer that
Hey,
question...
Junpei, the hell are you doing? Let's move.
Santa's voice echoed in from the hall outside.
Okay. I'll be right there.
Junpei turned on his heel and left the quiet, somber room. Is there someone in the coffin? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They took the elevator up to C deck. Once there, they headed back toward the main hall in the central staircase. It didn't
Look,
take them long.
it's 7 and Lotus.
What happened to Clover? They didn't look happy.
We've got a problem.
Clover is gone.
What?
Uh-oh. What if that's Clover in the coffin? Junpei and his 3 companions looked at one another. He turned back to
What
Seven
do you
and
mean,
Lotus.
gone?
Santa, Ace, and June had their own questions
When?
to ask.
Why?
You 2 went into door 1 with Clover, didn't you?
Seven and Lotus responded as
Yeah,
best they
we
could.
went through the door together.
But Clover barely spoke to us.
She just did her own thing the whole time.
There were 4 rooms on the other side of door 1.
She wouldn't let us into the 4th room.
She just said, I'll take care of this one.
And shut the
Interesting.
door.
She must have blocked it with something on the other side.
Okay, so there's 6 of us now if Clover isn't coming with.
We waited for a while, but Clover didn't come out.
So we only have to leave 1 behind. What happens if we leave Ace behind? 7 plus 8 is 15, plus 6 is 21, plus 5 is 26, plus 3 is 29. So that's 11, that's 2. Okay. happens if we leave a Santa behind? 8 plus 7 is 15. 6 is 21. 5 is 26. 1 is 26. Oh. 5 of us could get out if we left Santa behind. Ooh.
We called for her, but she didn't answer.
So I kicked down the door and we went into the room.
But
It was empty.
Clover wasn't there.
There was a door on the other wall.
And it was open.
We figure she opened the door and left by herself.
We ran after her, of course, but
Well, obviously we didn't find her. Figured that much out.
Clover's gone.
Well, that's bad. Junpei thought
When
for a
did this
moment.
happen?
We got here just before you.
You certainly have excellent timing.
So you haven't searched anywhere other than near the staircase?
No, we haven't.
You didn't do any of the puzzles. Interesting. Finally, Ace spoke. Wait. If you didn't have to do any of the puzzles, why did you have to go through that door? His voice had an edge of resolve
Very
and
well,
concern.
then. We'd best separate and look for Clover. We haven't much time left. Let's begin.
Yeah.
There were quick nods all around, and the 6 remaining players spread out. Junpei and June ran into the central hospital room
She's
and looked
not
around.
here.
No, she isn't.
What if she went to Snake's corpse? They searched a little longer, but with no luck. They couldn't find
There's
Clover.
no sign of her. Let's go.
Finally, they gave up and left the central hospital room. Slowly, they made their way back to the hallway. At last, they reached the stairs, and
All
Junpei
right.
spoke.
I'm thinking we should probably split up. I'll head back to the stairs and take the elevator down to E deck. June, you can take the stairs up to B deck.
All right, that sounds good. But,
What?
Don't want to be alone?
could you stop calling me by that code name when we're alone?
Huh?
Aw.
Oh, sure, right. I'll do that.
There was a reason Junpei persisted in calling her June, even when they were alone. Although, perhaps not the best reason. He was embarrassed to call her by the nickname he'd used when they were children. Connie. 9 years ago, it came naturally. After all, they were children. But now that they were adults, it felt strange. Regardless of what he might hope for, to call a woman he wasn't dating by such a childish nickname felt odd to him. Of course, to call her Miss Kurashiki would be even more awkward, and simply Kurashiki would seem a little brusque. She's inviting you to call her Akane, dude. And although he couldn't put his finger on why, it felt somewhat forward to call her Akane when they hadn't seen one another for so long. In short, it was simply easier for him to call her June and leave it at that. This part makes very little sense unless you know the whole deal about Japanese honorifics. Yeah, I know the basics of Japanese honorifics, where first names are super familiar, and you're supposed to use last names with varying levels of honorific until you know the person quite well. And lack of honorific is very familiar.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
All right, I'm going then.
Yeah, be careful, Connie.
June, or perhaps more appropriately, Connie, blushed and
You
smiled.
be careful too, Jumpy.
One of the untranslatable things, and Junpei is in this awkward place where he was childhood friends with her. He hasn't seen her in a long time, so yeah.
Yeah, got it. Take care.
Junpei looked after her for a moment as she ran up the stairs, then turned around and took off for the hallway. Clover's probably in that coffin. Tragedy always strikes when one least expects it. But to wait for a man to stand before striking him down seems almost crueler than dealing the fatal blow while he lies on the ground. A light in a dark place, June's smile had given him hope, both for escape and possibly for something else. It was that hope that raised his spirits just enough that they might soon be fully dashed. He opened the elevator door, and there she was. A woman sat, slouched against the wall. Lotus. Junpei felt his blood turn to ice. Oh, is she dead? Her body was limp, and her skin smooth and pale as always. Oh, she's super dead, was covered in bright red blood. Junpei felt his chest constrict. He couldn't breathe, and his legs began to shake. A slow, cold drop of sweat trickled down his back. He felt his stomach somersault. Junpei's mind went blank, all his thoughts replaced with endless, hissing white. Driven by little more than instinct, he began to walk toward Lotus slowly. Each slow movement of his stiff limbs brought him closer to her corpse. Finally, he stood next to her. Robotically, he bent down and put his hand against her neck. There was no pulse. No rise and fall of breathing. She was slightly warm. Something, somewhere in Junpei's shaken mind, told him that meant she had been killed recently. Recently? It's been like 10 minutes since you last saw her. Of course it was recent. Yes, Junpei thought, his mind slowly returning. She had been killed. Someone had killed her. There was a deep cut on the left side of her chest. Blood still oozed from it, although clearly her heart had stopped beating some time ago. The weapon had been a knife, then. Perhaps she had been stabbed in the heart once. She would have died immediately. He took little comfort from knowing she must have suffered very little. Only then did Junpei notice. Lotus's bracelet was gone. Clover is 4, plus Lotus's 8 is 12. Plus June's would be a digital root of 9. So if Clover's trying to get out with the bracelets, she'd go after June next.
Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so.
Or it could be June. Probably not, though. Junpei did come straight here.
You escape from this ship. 2, more hotly, which is 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confine of the ship, or it detects that the nearest heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically.
Was that why the killer had ended Lotus's life? So that they might have the number 8 bracelet? If that was true, then the killer was whoever wanted the number 8 bracelet. Or, perhaps more accurately, the person who would gain the most by obtaining bracelet number 8. Who is that? Who would benefit the most from the number 8 bracelet? The thought had only just entered Junpei's mind when... Oh! He heard a noise. A sound like a sharp knife cutting through wet meat. Oh! Huh. Is this a bad end? It struck him as strange that the noise came from inside his own body. So the path where we find the 9 doors is a bad end. Interesting. A moment later, the pain hit him. It wasn't merely pain. There was heat, extreme heat as well. He felt as though molten iron had been splashed against the side of his body. Finally, his brain made the connection. He had been stabbed. But where? His body was quickly going numb. He couldn't tell where the knife had met his flesh. Given the circumstances, however, he had most likely been stabbed in the back. Whoever had killed Lotus had now done the same to Junpei as well. His voice was little more than a weak groan. With what little strength he had left, Junpei turned his body, trying to catch a glimpse of his attacker. But as he did, the knife dug itself in deeper, twisting viciously. He collapsed to the floor, a puppet with its strings cut. His arms and legs lay where they fell, oddly twisted and awkwardly positioned. Junpei's body was entirely numb. He could feel the blood leaking out of him, but nothing would move. Nothing save his eyes. As he lay on the floor, his life ebbing away, Junpei finally saw his attacker. 2 tiny images of the killer reflected in his eyes. With that recognition came nothing. He felt no emotions, not anger, not sadness, not regret. The paralysis that had claimed his body had reached his mind. His killer glanced down at his body. Doesn't need the 5 bracelet then. Then, without a word, climbed into the elevator and was gone. His eyesight began to fade. The world grew blurry and began to dissolve into an empty white fog. The fog crept into the edges of his mind and worked inexorably inward. Soon it swallowed up the last that remained of Junpei's mind, and his consciousness left him. There was nothing more. Into utter emptiness he fell, into zero. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. This is a much more protracted death, or much faster death.
Bad end.
Alright, the flow chart. That was a branch. How am I supposed... There was no choice. Was there a choice? I don't remember there being a choice. What does the lock mean? Whoops. A loud noise startled Junpei awake and his eyes snapped open. Whoops.
Ow!
Whoops.
Whoa!
I have to wait till I can control him again.
Ow! God damn. No. Where am I?
Wait,
Alright, I guess I have to get through...
What's that
all this dialogue.
What's that?
Excuse me. I could just exit the game and reload it. Hang on. How do I open the map? Do I have to do it from when I have control of the character? Actual question. Do I have to do it from inside the game when I have control of Junpei? Flow is the flowchart. Map is just a map of the ship. Open the flowchart at any time. Alright, well, I guess I'll get to the point where I can.
Wait, it... What's that? That's...
Ah, there we go. Okay, so... that key means something's unlocked. I guess I find something in this branch that unlocks things here? Interesting. I guess I'll go to this branch then. Shy, do you want to tell me if I'm correct that I have to go through this branch to unlock something in this branch? To unlock this locked icon. Or should I just do it? I'm going to have to play through this anyway to get the... If it's not crossed out, you got it right already. So there was something in these escape rooms that I had to do. I don't remember branching choices there. Okay, so, I'm waiting for Shy to explain what they want to explain, and then I will probably do this and try to get the right path. This game, you will need to try earlier areas to find ways forward. As of now, you have only 3 endings available to you, and you've done 2 of them. Interesting. Okay. Well, for completion's sake, let's do this path. Well, actually, if I do the wrong path, will that block me from doing the right path here? Will I have to go back and do the right path here again? You need to do everything in one go. So I have to start from the beginning and do it all in one go? The point, you at least don't have to restart the whole game. So I have to start back here, select the correct path, get to here, select the correct path. You don't need to redo anything that isn't marked. Okay, so I just have to go back here and select the right path. Just say to do what feels right to you for now. Okay. Well, in that case, what I'm going to do is start from here and select the right path. 3, 7, and 8 doors. That's the 7 door. I need to not pick the 7 door.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste, right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
Alright.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Okay. So the 3, 7, and 8 door. Or was that a 1, 7, and 8 door? I think that was a 1. The 1 door came out at the same place. No, we all came out at the 1 door.
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's true.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8. It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What? What did you just say?
I'm not going to skip this just yet. I'm going to remind myself of the situation.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
All right, who's next? Junpei, which door do you want?
Let's go through door 8 with Lotus.
I think I'm gonna go with door 8.
Okay, 8 it is.
So 8 plus 5 is 13, which means we need Santa to get to 17 in the digital route 8.
All right then. That means June's got to go through 7.
What? Why?
What?
Santa grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to
If the
explain.
6 of us are going to keep going without leaving anyone behind, there are only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan
Have
A.
3, 5, and 8 go through 7, and 4, 6, and 7 go through 8.
I wonder if going with Lotus is the wrong choice again. I'm still really annoyed that the path with Seven and Lotus led to a bad end, because that's all information that feels like it's very relevant to the story, and would be good to find out. Wait, you said there were... Okay, you didn't say how many endings there were. Okay.
4,
Plan B.
5, and 7 go through 7, and 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Or 3,
C.
6, and 7 go through 7, and 4, 5, and 8 get 8. There are no other combinations. In other words, 3 and 4, and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes.
You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time.
It won't be that long. Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, laid his hand gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
Yeah, fine. He stretched and continued.
That's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 7 and Clover can take 8. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Santa, 7, and June walked toward door 7, while Clover, Lotus, and Junpei headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. Then, Lotus laid her hand against her chest and turned to Junpei and Clover.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Sure am.
Okay.
Then shall we go?
It's open.
A narrow hallway stretched out before them.
Hurry!
Oh no, it didn't come out through the 3 door. It came out through a blocked double door that didn't have a number on it. Okay. So the 3 door might be interesting. Lotus and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his left, toward door 7. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met.
Jumpy.
They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
81 seconds left. Hurry!
Lotus snapped at him and ran to the deck. Junpei and Clover followed her as fast as they could.
It stopped.
With a shaking hand, she wiped a few beads of sweat from her forehead. Clover, however, was calm, aloof perhaps.
Pointless.
She muttered to herself without emotion and began to walk down the hallway, leaving behind a confused Junpei and Lotus. Lotus watched the girls receding back with a mix of frustration and curiosity that is also not how you spell receding.
What an unpleasant girl. I bet she's not very popular with the boys.
Her sarcasm seemed a little more biting than was, perhaps, necessary, but she sighed and started after the younger girl.
Maybe pairing these two together was a mistake. Too late now. I better catch up to them.
After taking a moment to catch his breath, Junpei followed.
Oh, it's a dead end.
The hallway made a number of turns before at last coming to a dead
There's
end.
a door on the left, though.
For a few minutes, they stood in front of the door, examining it. It took them minutes? Above the door was a plate with the word laboratory engraved on it.
A laboratory? Huh.
Oh, that doesn't sound very pleasant. I don't like the look of this place.
Me either. But there aren't any other doors. It's not like we have a lot of choices.
Junpei.
Huh?
Please, you first.
Oh, thanks. Junpei suspected her politeness was motivated by something other than respect.
Fine.
Junpei muttered to himself and pushed open the iron door. His first steps inside were tentative and careful, but as he examined the room, it became clear that there was no imminent danger. Lotus followed him in, and Clover brought up the rear. The room they found themselves in was divided into two separate areas by a curved wall. A thick glass window built into that wall made it possible to see into the other side of the division.
You know, I think the window looks into another room.
Yes, everyone can see that.
Maybe it's for monitoring something.
Junpei walked to the window and looked through.
What the hell?
He wasn't sure what else to say. We've got another doll puzzle. In the center of a room, shaped like a quarter circle, a mannequin lay on what looked like a medical exam table.
It looks so creepy.
Junpei jumped a little. He hadn't noticed Lotus come up next to him.
It's kind of like that doll is waiting for surgery.
This is a laboratory, right? I'd say it's more like it's waiting to be experimented on.
Ooh,
It's creepy either way. Don't think that thing's gonna suddenly sit up or something, do you?
Nah, probably not.
I don't know. I mean, look at all those cables sticking out of it. If we press the wrong button, I don't know.
Stop it. Just thinking about it is terrifying.
She was gripping her arms, the knuckles on her hands white.
Wait, where's Clover?
She was still standing near the entrance of the room. Her face had the appearance of calm, but it was drawn and somehow
What is
sad.
she?
There was something almost pitiful about her. Junpei walked over to her and, as kindly as he could,
Are you
spoke.
okay?
Clover
What are you
looked away.
talking about?
What? I'm just worried about you. You've been real quiet.
What? I can't be quiet if I want to?
Well, I mean, of course you can. I just...
Okay then. If I can be quiet if I want, just leave me alone, okay?
You know what?
Come on,
Fair.
No, I can't do that. We gotta work together.
I can solve this without her.
Junpei, you just don't get it!
Her cry took Junpei by surprise, and he stumbled backward a few steps along.
My brother's not the kind of person who'd just leave me behind! Something happened to him!
Oh, this is before we discover Snake's body.
Something bad.
Yeah.
Junpei had nothing to say. Lotus, jolted from her mannequin nightmares by Clover's voice, turned toward them.
What happened?
Clover's eyes slid to Lotus, then back to Junpei.
Just don't bother me, okay? Leave me alone.
Finished, she turned around. Before Junpei or Lotus could say anything, Clover had begun to walk quickly away.
Hey, wait! Clover! Hold on! That way is...
It might be Snake in that coffin. That would be interesting.
I told you to leave me alone!
I still suspect he's not actually dead because we couldn't identify his face. He might as well have been talking to a wall for all the notice she took of his cries. Not even slowing down, she made for a doorway cut in the wall in front of her. Without even slowing down, she passed through the doorway.
Watch out above you!
Oh, whoops. And without warning, an iron gate fell from the ceiling like a portcullis, sealing Clover in.
What the heck? What's going on here?
Clover grabbed hold of the iron bars and shook them as hard as she could.
I'll get it open.
Wait. Hang on. Last time, I went through the 7 door, and this time we're going through the 8 door, but both teams went through 7 and 8, and we didn't find any kind of key or anything that we would need for later down the path. So this is probably the dead-end route that leads to the submarine ending.
You'll never do it on your own.
Junpei grabbed the bars and pulled. In a moment, Lotus joined him. The three of them pulled as hard as they could, but... If Clover is pulling, and Lotus and Junpei are pulling, why they're pulling in opposite directions. Not the most productive.
Damn it! It's not moving.
Wait! Are you gonna give up? Just like that?
No, I'm not giving up. This has got to be another one of Zero's puzzles.
If it is, then there's got to be a way to open it.
Just what I was
nodded.
thinking. Now all we got to do is find it. Lotus and I can look around out here. Clover, you're gonna have to see if you can find anything in there.
Oh, yes, I'm on it.
Oh, now you perk up. Seek a way out. Wait, is that gate? That gate is blocking us from getting into the mannequin room. Interesting. Yeah, so we're gonna have to hand Clover things through the bars. Junpei, do something, please. Quick, figure out how I'm getting out of here. Okay, I can't interact with anything in the room. A window made of really thick glass. I don't even think a bullet could break it. Okay. Ooh, what are you? Ethanol. All right. Nothing here anymore. It's empty. Can I interact with any of the others? A whole bunch of steel lockers. The 9 on the right all have little red lights on them. Red lights, huh? Well, can't hurt to give these babies a try. Yep, just as I thought. Locked tight, all 9 of them. I wonder if there's anything important in there. Well, we got something from the green drawers, so probably we'll get something from the red ones. These lockers are a little larger than the ones on top. Let's see if there's anything useful in here. And no, nothing. Alright, computer. I don't see an actual tower. I just see a monitor, a keyboard, and a mouse. Yeah, there's no tower here. This is the computer. The power isn't on. Well, there is a power button. This is a waste of time. What? I don't see a power cable. Oops, yeah, you're right. No power cable. This thing isn't even connected to a main computer, though. It's got a monitor, keyboard, mouse, but that's it. There's probably a computer we have to deliver to this. Just sticking the power cable in isn't going to do anything. Oh, I don't know about that. This computer doesn't have any power. Our cable, huh? Keyboard. Mouse. Okay. What's in these boxes? The cardboard boxes. There's some papers and stuff in them. What's in the boxes? They look quite full. As far as I can tell, it's a bunch of notes about some kind of experiments. And it's all really technical and stuff. I don't really get it. What about these boxes? I cannot select those boxes yet. Okay. The hands on the clock have stopped moving. They're probably part of the puzzle. So that's 12:26. 12:26. Okay. The clock may stop, but time goes on. No time to screw around. We need to figure out a way out of here. This is a keyhole. This looks like a keyhole for the activation key. I think this thing's supposed to power that machine in the other room. Well, it doesn't appear to be doing that. I wonder how we're supposed to turn it on. This is a really old type of keyboard. Really? It's not that old. Well, if Stray taught me anything, we can power it on just by hitting keys. Nothing else to inspect here. There are 2 levers here. Do you think they activate something? Well, why don't you move one? Alright, I'll give it a try. Nope. Doesn't look like anything's happened. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know how we could use any of these. Well, I can say for sure that I do know how to use at least one of these things. Which one? The one on top. I think it's a power cable. The power cable, huh? I'll take that. And we need that for... that is a tower power cable, not a monitor power cable. This looks like the control for some kind of electric lock. The red light is on, and it's got to be locked. There's a green light just below it, although that one isn't lit. I bet it'll turn on if we can unlock it, right? Yes, but how are we going to unlock it? There's no keyhole, no card reader, and no keyboard for putting in a password. I have no idea. Let's look at this door. Hey, Clover! There's a door over here, too. Wait. I'll be right there. I can hear her over there. Is this door gonna... Damn it! I can't open it. Clover, what about your side? It won't work. I can't even move the knob. Alright. Is this like an examination table? There's a creepy mannequin in here, guys. Something sticking out of the mannequin's head, like wires or something. What the hell were they doing in there? Huh? Why is she all quiet now? They were doing experiments on humans. Probably. Oh man, now she looks sad. I think this thing is a monitor for whatever experiment they were running here. There's a bunch of stuff on here, like resistance value and voltage. The power's off, so there's nothing on it right now. I wonder what this is. This thing here looks like a voltmeter. And is this the control for that? Gosh, there's so many dials. Why don't you try turning one of them? Nope, nothing. There's no power here, guys. I turned the dial a whole bunch, but even if I turn all the switches on, nothing happens. It's a rack. There are a bunch of cables on it. Somebody cut the outer stuff off the cables. I can see the wires inside. That's ominous. I don't know what kind of table this is, but part of it's all black. There's a pen lying over here. I think someone probably used it to make the table black. What, that little stain there? Probably crossing something out. Well, if they only used the pen on one part of it, there's probably something underneath all that pen. Clover, do you think you can erase it? It's a pen. It's not usually erasable. Yeah, sure. Oh, this is a permanent marker. Junpei, do you know how to erase ink from a permanent marker? Yeah, alcohol, right? Erase ink from a permanent marker, huh? Give me just a minute, Clover. I'll be right back. I wonder what they washed here. There are these weird colored stains all over the sink. Those are the stairs I just came down. The bars and the gate are just above me. Alright, let's try to give her the ethanol. Clover, use this ethanol. You should be able to wipe off that permanent ink with it. What am I going to wipe with? Oh, well, your clothes, of course. Kidding. Just kidding. Please don't look at me like that. You're scaring me. I need to get her a rag or something. Let's try using the power cable on the monitor. Monitor doesn't have a power cable, so one end of this cable needs to be connected to a monitor, and the other end needs to plug in under the desk. Alright, let's just slip you in. Huh? Oh shoot, I can't use this. What's wrong? This cable has 3 prongs, but the socket only has 2 holes. It's not going to fit, is what I'm saying. In other words, we're going to need a plug to change the power cable to one with 2 prongs. That's right. Okay. Can I interact with any of the wires under here? Nope. That's all there is. A bunch of lockers, none of them are locked. Okay. Silver handrail. Okay. Ooh, what's that vent? Anyway, could you wipe off that permanent ink? Look, Clover. Right now, at this moment, you're the only person we can depend on. I'm trusting you with this. You trust me? I feel kind of special. I have to get Clover out of here now. Alright. Maybe if we... Clover, can you use the cloth on the table? Oh, those are cloths. Huh? Soak it in ethanol, and then use it to wash off all the stuff from the permanent marker, okay? Right, okay. So I gotta soak the cloth with ethanol. Well, she's got the cloth, but she seems to be having a little trouble with the bottle of ethanol. When she's ready, I should ask her to get to work on that stuff on the table. Soak the cloth in ethanol, and... What is that symbol? Junpei, it's working. It's wiping the permanent ink off. Huh? There's some kind of weird drawing under all the permanent ink. What's the deal with that drawing Clover found? Maybe I should ask her to take another look at the table. I wonder what this is. There are a bunch of numbers in some kind of grid. I can't see it from here. Clover, you've got a pen and a notebook, right? Could you write those numbers down and then hand them to me through the bars? Okay. Roger. Here, Junpei. I wrote down all the numbers from the desk on here. Okay, with numbers on it acquired. New material has been added to the file screen. All right. Four numbers written in 9 separate cells. Okay, so I gotta play Sudoku. Okay. Three plus 4 plus 1 is 8. 3 plus 2 is 5. Which means I'd need another 3 to make that 8. So it's not adding them together. I guess we just press the lockers in this order, maybe? A bunch of lockers, 9 of them are locked. Okay, so I guess it's not for this. Hey, Clover, how are the power cables over there? Huh? What do you mean? Does the plug have 3 prongs or 2? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go look. Yeah, she does have to kind of crouch down to get a look under there. The cable on the monitor has, it's got 2 of those little metal things. What does that mean? That's it. Okay, can you unplug that cable and bring it over here? Okay, but, well, I can unplug it, but it's connected to the main computer. I can't take it over to you. Can you not pull it out? Damn it, that's no good then. Well, how about just a plug? What? Oh, it comes off, doesn't it? The plug? Well, maybe more like a connector? There we go. It's the sort of thing that makes the plug with the 3 metal thingies into a plug with 2 metal thingies. Still useless? Not useless. Not useless at all. That's just what we were looking for. Okay. Can you hold on for a little bit? Back down she goes. Alright. Unplug. I'll hand it to you over at the bars, okay? Awesome. Here you go. The 2-prong plug. Thanks. Okay. Put the 2-prong plug onto the head of this power cable. 2-prong power cable. Awesome. I have the 2-pronged power cable in my hand. I'm pretty sure this will work. Under the desk I go. And let's just plug this thing into the monitor. Alright, that ought to do it. Alright, let's turn the power on. I don't think anything's going to happen. We might as well try, Junpei. Why not? Well, it's not connected to the main computer. You never know until you try. Pretty optimistic. Junpei pushed the button on the front of the monitor.
Oh, that worked.
With a soft hum, it turned on. Streams of letters that made no sense to Junpei began to scroll across the screen. 27.3 seconds. What? Uh-oh. He had hoped it would turn on, but he hadn't expected this.
It's running on its own?
It certainly looks like it.
Isn't that kinda weird?
What year did this come out? Or rather, what year does it take place in? Because a computer that's just a flat screen monitor was pretty advanced for mid-2000s.
What?
Well, it's not connected to the main computer, right? There's just this keyboard and monitor. The only cable connected to this thing is the power cable we just plugged in. So, why is it working?
Maybe it's a wireless display.
Clearly, this was a reasonable explanation to Lotus.
A wireless display?
Yes, it connects to your computer wirelessly, hence the name.
Oh, 2009. That's later than I remember.
Have you been living in a cave, Junpei?
He most certainly had
Is
not,
that
but
normal?
Yes, at least where I worked.
Oh.
Oh, it stopped.
Pass with a colon.
Yeah, it wants a password.
Looks like we need to enter a password.
Again? There must be a hint around here somewhere.
Could you go take a look?
Yeah, I'm on it. What are you going to do?
I'll see if I can do something about this on my own.
On your own?
Yep, on my own.
Is she a programmer?
Lotus?
Lotus pulled over the nearest chair and dropped herself down onto it in front of the keyboard. For a second, she stared at the screen. She kneaded her hands, knuckles popping, and twisted her back left, then right. Oh, I gotta do mine now.
All right. Let's kick some ass.
That top would not cover her nipples. Lotus smiled to herself and rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Then, before Junpei had time to blink, she was typing at an incredible speed, the click-clack of the keys running together like machine gun fire.
Wait, what?
Hey, eyes topside, Junpei. Junpei was, for once, at a loss
Didn't
for
expect
words.
that, did you?
Of course I didn't! You're typing so fast, I can't even see your fingers. What kind of job do you have? What are you?
I'm unemployed at the moment. I used to work for a cybersecurity firm, but I quit.
Why?
Lotus blinked.
Oh, it was just something.
She stopped typing for a moment, and
I
her
see.
face fell. This was not an avenue of questioning to be pursued, Junpei realized, and quickly shut his mouth. Lotus's fingers began to move again, and in a few seconds she was back up to speed. As she typed, more letters and symbols that meant nothing to Junpei began to pour across the screen.
What are you doing now?
I'm going to try and brute force it.
Brute what?
A brute force attack is... Well, the short version is that I just attack the thing head on. The long version?
Without looking up or slowing down, she began
A
to
brute force
explain.
attack is one of the simplest ways to break a cipher. It checks every possible combination until it finds the right one. For a complex cipher, it can take a very long time.
Well, I doubt this
I'm
one's
writing a program
complex.
that would run an attack like that on its own. It's not the most elegant solution, certainly. But given the circumstances, there isn't much else I can do.
Even as she talked, her fingers never slowed or missed a key. Junpei couldn't help but feel a little awed.
Oh, but back to what we were talking about
Yeah, it's pretty
earlier.
cool.
What were we talking about?
The wireless display? It's kind of strange if you think about it, isn't it?
It is a pretty old boat.
How do I put it? Well, let's say you write a program that calculates an addition problem for you, all right? So you enter 1 + 1. The screen will show you 2. See? Isn't that strange?
No. Not really.
Oh, come on now. Of course a caveman like you would think it was strange. You said so just a minute ago. You're just not getting it, are you? Who calculated 1 + 1?
The main computer, right? You said it connected to the monitor wirelessly.
Yeah, but someone who grew up in a cave wouldn't know that, right? They'd probably think that this thing here, the monitor, is doing the calculating. And once they've decided that, they'll start examining this monitor.
What's up, Vivolth 101? How's it going?
They might poke the screen or something. Ah, I see the color changes when I press it here.
You do not have a good opinion of people who aren't tech experts.
Then they might
on
investigate
this.
the hardware on the inside. Oh, I see. So this wire supplies the power. Eventually, they might even cut the wires. Ah, yes. Just as I expected. When this wire is cut, no results appear.
You think people are stupid,
Therefore,
Lotus.
it must be this device which does the calculations.
Oh.
But the truth is that, just like you said, the computer is doing the calculating. But these cave people wouldn't know that, because they have no idea that the monitor and the computer are connected wirelessly.
Lotus continued to type. Junpei scratched his head. Okay, so... Zero knew Lotus would have to go through this door. So this is set up for her.
So, what are you trying to say?
Nothing, really. It's just, I thought maybe. What if the relationship between human beings and our brains is like that?
Huh?
Well, let's say you stick a bunch of electrodes into parts of the brain. A scientist examining the signals they send out might say, interesting. So stimulating this part of the brain causes the person to see colors. That must mean this neuron cluster controls that function. Okay, let's see what happens when I cut out this part. Just what I thought. Cutting off this part causes that function to cease. Therefore, human thought processes must occur in the human brain. See? Doesn't it sound the same? Maybe the brain is just an output device, like this monitor.
Junpei is not an intelligent
Maybe our thought
man.
processes actually occur somewhere else, in a main body. We just don't know it. We never even think about it. Just like those cave people wouldn't know about wireless communications. We can't imagine that there's some unknown medium that transfers information into our brains, where we experience that information as thoughts.
Junpei didn't say anything. Not so much because he had no retort. No, her argument just seemed silly. He was a little surprised to be hearing something like it from someone like her.
The brain is just an output device. Human thought actually occurs somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a bit silly.
That's just crazy talk.
Did Lotus really think that, he wondered. It was a little creepy, Junpei thought. It sounded altogether too much like a bizarre, cultish religion.
Maybe that's the cause of Seven's amnesia.
Oblivious to Junpei's increasing discomfort, Lotus
His memory
continued.
is actually stored somewhere else, in some sort of main body somewhere. Maybe he hasn't forgotten anything at all.
He's not Alphonse Elric. It's not that.
He's just having a difficult time accessing his memories because the monitor, his brain, has been damaged.
Not how that works.
I suppose that would explain aphasia and blindsight, too. Perhaps they actually can speak or see. The monitor just isn't functioning properly. I guess people with prosopagnosia could be suffering from the same thing.
All right, what's
Wait a
that?
What?
He knew what aphasia was from watching medical dramas on TV, and blindsight was easy enough to guess, but he'd never heard the word prosopagnosia before.
What? You've never heard of prosopagnosia?
Puzzle rooms and pseudoscience, yeah. Lotus spun around in her chair to look at him. Junpei just shrugged and shook his head.
What is it?
Well, put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
No, face blindness. You could have just said face
In other
blindness.
words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to. Usually they can make do by associating people with other things. Their voices, their clothes, their hair.
Does that mean other people's faces look like blanks?
No, I don't think so. Well, you've seen monkeys, like in a zoo, right? To you and me, all the monkey faces look the same, even though they've obviously got faces. It's almost impossible for a human to distinguish between them. The zoo staff that works with them would learn to identify different monkeys eventually. But you or I couldn't, unless one had a scar or something else to set it apart. Well, that's how people would be to someone with prosopagnosia.
Prosopagnosia. Huh. I didn't even know that kind of thing existed.
Junpei did his best to act as though the entire lecture hadn't gone entirely over his head.
What were we talking about?
The idea that your brain is just an output device, like a monitor.
Are you serious about that stuff?
Not really. I was just kidding for about half of it.
Why did you say it
What
then?
about the other half?
Well, I guess I was just adulting.
All right. That's all right. Oh, that pun. Oh, God. Come on, Lotus.
Not funny.
Lotus's smile had something rather masochistic.
It's nothing more
to
than a
it.
story I made up out of boredom. Don't take it seriously. It was the first thing that came to mind, and I just talked about it to kill time. But looks like I don't need to talk anymore.
Why?
I don't have to kill time any longer.
As she spoke, Lotus raised her right arm high and brought it down on the enter key.
Oh, then you finished that brute whatever thing?
Brute force, Junpei.
I certainly did. And let's see what we got.
Chunks of text flickered on and off in quick succession, and then a line of numbers appeared, blinked, and disappeared. The screen cleared, and all that was left was the word accepted.
Piece of cake.
Nice. Lotus would clearly have patted herself on the back if it would not have made her look entirely ridiculous. After a few seconds, the accepted disappeared to be replaced with 9 squares arranged in a 3x3 square. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
The screen changed again. What the hell is that?
No idea. Looks like a puzzle.
Yeah, like everything else we have to do on this damn ship, Junpei. Suddenly, Lotus stood up.
Huh? Aren't you gonna, I don't know, do more computer stuff?
No, I can't do anymore. It won't let me do any more programming. See? The keyboard. Nothing. So, there's nothing more I can do.
Is it a touchscreen?
Well, I guess I'll leave this to you then, Junpei.
What?
Let me take a break, all right?
Yeah, she has earned a break.
Well...
He wasn't sure what to say to that. She certainly had done her part. In fact, without Lotus, they probably would have run completely aground. I shouldn't rely on other people so much, Junpei thought to himself.
I guess you're right. Thanks, Lotus.
No problem. And make sure you know when you should thank people.
Now, I better take care of this myself. No more relying on anyone else.
Junpei crossed his arms and stared at the puzzle shown on the screen. Easy. All right. I solved it. Did you hear a noise just now? Yeah, I did. It sounded like something unlocking. Where did it come from? One of the 2 doors, probably. Or the, lockers. Yep, lockers. Look, Junpei. The lights on the lockers are green. Then we must have unlocked it with the computer puzzle. There's more than one key in here. This one is small and looks like it goes to some sort of machine. And this one has the Earth symbol on it. I think the Earth symbol matches a keyhole in a door on the A deck. Well, if that's the case, we probably don't need the Earth key right now. Alright then, Earth key. I'll just tuck you away deep in my pocket. Now, as for the other key. Activation key. It was just at that moment that he heard a voice behind him. It was Clover.
Hey, Junpei, do you have a minute?
Sure. He put the puzzle aside for the moment and walked over to Clover.
What's up?
I wanted to ask you something.
Sure, fire away.
Junpei, you went into door 5 with my brother, right? Did you hear him say, like, anything weird?
Huh?
We did hear him say stuff about... Oh, what did we hear him say that made it sound like he could see? Why is she asking me this, Junpei wondered. The more he thought about it, however, the more it made sense. Snake had been gone for a long time. Clover was quite attached to her brother. Of course she would have been worried about him.
Let me think.
He thought back to when he'd gone through door 5, hoping he might remember something, even a small something that would help her. However...
Sorry, Clover. I can't really think of anything. I mean, he did mention that his hearing exceeds that of a regular person, or something like that, but that's about it.
Okay.
Clover's words were barely audible. There was only one word, Junpei. No need for the plural. She nodded vaguely to Junpei and turned to walk away.
Wait a minute. Look, I don't know if I should ask you things, but if you don't mind, I was hoping you could tell me if, is Snake, was he born...
Yeah, was he
You're
born
talking
blind?
about his eyes?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't born blind. When he was a kid, he got in an accident. A really bad car accident. He couldn't see after that. And his arm.
His arm?
Yeah. My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm.
Can he bend it
It's
backwards?
fake. It's not a real arm.
Huh. Did we ever see him use his left
The
hand?
accident hurt him really bad. To save him, they had to cut off his arm.
Oh.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Talking about her brother had clearly taken a great deal out of Clover.
Look,
Junpei nodded.
I'm sorry for making you talk about all that painful stuff.
It's not that.
Clover only shook her head and walked off down the stairs. All right, back to the computer. This key, the shape sure makes it seem like it goes to this machine. All right, I'm turning it on. Okay, the monitor is on then. And it's full of letters. It's showing some kind of warning. Power restored to experimental device. Emergency system will activate in the event of abnormal subject behavior. Okay. Typing on this keyboard isn't doing squat. Alright, so power has been restored to the device. This is the monitor. There are a whole lot of cables under this table. The mannequin looks so sad, I gotta admit I'm starting to feel kind of sorry for it. Junpei, this thing in here is on now. Yeah, that's because we activated the power over on this side. Could you, like, play with it a little? Okay. Yeah. I'll turn this dial here. I don't think it's working. Nothing happened. Try the other dials. Well, maybe she missed something. I should ask her to look around the room again. Wash basin will come from the sink. Scribblings from the table already. It's a rack. There are some cables on top with copper wire exposed. Am I getting attached to this thing? Maybe I should give it a name. How about the Science Boy? Alright, fair enough, I guess. Ask her to look around the room. Maybe if you increase the voltage. Roger. Will do. Okay, I'm going to go all the way to max voltage. Max voltage? Hey! Wait, Clover! Oh, shit. What? I think, Oh. Is that bad? Oh my god! How am I compared to the music, by the way, volume-wise? The mannequin's head! Oh man, that sounds like a fire alarm. Ah, what the hell? Fire detected. Fire detected. The emergency system will be activated. Evacuate the room immediately. Emergency system. Oh, hey, these doors are open. Junpei, look at the light. Yes, it's green. The emergency system is activated and disabled the lock. Now we can save Clover. Junpei! Come on, kid. Jump. She's safe. Oh, man, that smoke is some serious business. Time to close this door again, I think. Clover, are you okay? Are you hurt? Damn, she's coughing so hard she can't even talk. Of course I'm not all right. Voice-to-game sound is well-balanced. Awesome. What the hell took you so long, you big jerk? It took me like 10 seconds. I was almost dead. Sorry, I was going as fast as I could. You two can do this later. Right now, we need to get the hell out of here. That fire's not going to stay in that room forever. Junpei, Clover, and Lotus leapt out of the laboratory, slamming the door shut behind them.
Whew, thank God we got out of there.
Yeah, finally.
Oh, yeah.
All three collapsed against the wall, breathing heavily. Junpei's heart was pounding in his chest, and his whole body felt weak. He inhaled gulps of clear air, and with each one, he could feel his body begin to calm down.
All right, let's go.
Okay.
They nodded to each other and started off down the hallway. Not going to give me the "you found it" thing? Before long, they found a few new doors, but all of them were locked.
Damn, none of these open. They're all locked.
How about that one?
The final door sat in a corner of the hallway.
Let's hope this is the door with the prize.
Junpei grabbed the door handle and was about to pull it open when a voice cried out behind him. It was neither Clover nor Lotus, but he recognized it. There was no doubt the voice belonged
Jumpy!
to...
Huh?
He spun around. There, at the other end of the hall, Junpei saw human figures running toward him. 3 of them.
June? Santa! 7!
They stopped short in front of Junpei and his companions, gasping for air. How'd you like the doll puzzle?
Hey, what are you guys doing here?
What? But we didn't...
Before he could finish, Clover
hey guys,
spoke.
Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found.
On the wall.
A map of the ship's interior?
It says
Nice.
C deck.
Already have that.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7 and door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
In fact,
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. This leads to...
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
You've got to be kidding
Yep,
me.
we're back here. One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
Yeah.
As one, they all moved back toward the door Junpei had only a moment ago been ready to open.
Almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off of the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. I'm going to look at that map. Oh, that's B deck. C deck. Door 3 goes here. Oh, door 3 is the shower room, right. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
I'm gonna open it.
They nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be.
In the hospital room.
I see. I believe I understand what you're saying. The 6 of you split into 2 teams and went through doors 7 and 8.
Alright, I'm back to what I've already seen. So I'm going to look at the flowchart. Aha! That was the correct path. Hang on. Okay, so we've got that Earth key. All right. Before I decide whether I'm going to skip forward to here and the choice, excuse me. What do you think, Shai? Should I skip forward or should I play through? But while I decide that, I'm going to take a quick break, so I'll be back in a minute. Just skip previously read text. There's one dialogue option I'd like you to see. Okay. That's control, right?
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Here.
7 tossed something small and metallic toward Junpei.
Nice catch.
Jeez.
He caught it and found that the object was a key.
I see. So this is Jupiter.
On it, someone had engraved a symbol very similar to a 4. He looked over at June, who nodded back. It had to be the Jupiter symbol.
I'm gonna let you hold on to that, all right?
Yeah, on it.
Well, I've got something for you too, then. Here, it's the Saturn Key Card. We found it in the kitchen. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Yeah, on it.
And with that, she pressed it into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less
So
than
how many
off.
unused keys do we have now?
There's the Earth key we found in the laboratory, the Jupiter key you just gave me, and the Saturn Key Card from Lotus. I'll keep them safe.
Junpei tucked the new keys into his pocket. June spoke up.
The Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long, straight hallway, right?
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase.
Wait. Hang on. Is there a button to look at the dialogue that just happened? Or am I out of luck? Because I can't remember. What was being said here. I probably shouldn't have skipped everything. Up key should be the text log. Cool. Of course there's a reason. They could only go down. Oh, whoops.
I see. So is that why the ship hasn't sunk?
Sorry. You wanted me to pick the other dialogue option about being locked up alone with a boy, right? I could just skip back and do it. Can't I? There we go. Alright, time to skip through dialogue for a minute. I wonder if speedruns of this game do new file or completed file so they can skip through dialogue like this. I wonder if there's really any speedrunning scene for this game. I'll have to look at speedrun.com for the answer when I finish streaming the game. Or, actually, I could look right now and see if there are any runs. For the Nonary games, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. For total, between 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors and Virtue's Last Reward, there are 13 players, 46 total runs. The last run was 5 months ago. Yeah, the runs are, the fastest run was of 999 was about an hour and a half. Alright, being locked up alone with a boy. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy.
We will be all alone in here.
In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was.
Jumpy?
Huh? Oh, nothing. It's not important. Come on, let's go.
Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute!
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never... You know...
I've never what?
It's your first time?
What is this dialogue? What is going through these people's heads? She'd never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
Get wet.
Oh my god. Really? I picked the innuendo option.
What?
Down there. I'd get soaking wet.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works.
Holy shit.
I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
What is... Oh my god.
That's true. You don't mind?
Tool-assisted speedruns I've seen are both 9 hours long, which suggests that regular speedruns use the skips. Once I've done every branch of this game, I'll definitely watch a speedrun. It's kind of a tradition. When I finish a game, I watch the speedrun, unless it's like 15 hours long.
Mind what?
Getting wet.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it.
You've entered the innuendo timeline.
Jumpy.
Holy shit.
You're so brave.
This dude.
Really?
Dude. Holy shit.
I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? I mean, if you get the chance, you've just got to go for it. That's what a man is supposed to do, I guess.
What is happening?
You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
Is he gonna make a move on her?
Doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yes. So, I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over.
Over?
Yes. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're floating in space, and your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out.
She's talking about drowning, but she's doing so in the most roundabout way possible.
At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
Yes, I've heard that too. Although I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Gay people exist, Junpei.
It does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it. Eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing.
Good lord, this just keeps going.
Is that so?
Then it's only natural? Is that what's natural for living beings? Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs.
Thank God it's over.
Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out.
Junpei is not an intelligent man.
Oh.
Me too, Junpei. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what Jun was trying to say and why she was so scared.
Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
Not the most reassuring thing you could say, Junpei.
See?
While laughing at her? She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary.
Congrats on seeing the famous elevator scene. Holy shit, that must be memed so hard. That should be all? Alright. That was something else. Holy shit. Alright, where in the flowchart are we? That was something else. Junpei is not an intelligent man. Despite all the puzzles he solves. Holy shit. Okay. Do I skip forward? Will that take me straight to the choice?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, so it's been a couple weeks. Did I think door 2 took me to okay, so Santa, Ace, June, and Junpei. 5 plus 6 is 11, plus 3 is 14, plus 1 is 15. So door 6 takes me to the right branch.
Clover and I chose...
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people.
Okay, while we're waiting, let's take stock. So in the submarine ending, everyone dies. Everyone dies. I'm very suspicious of June, but she dies in the submarine ending. Everyone dies in the submarine ending. However, Clover, Ace, and Santa Clover, Ace, and Santa, one of them could have killed the others and pretended to be dead. Or June could have faked her death, because we didn't see her bracelet come off. But how would she have gotten to 7 and Lotus without Junpei seeing, is the question. That leaves not the 9th man, because he's turbo dead, but Snake as a possibility. Because they couldn't identify Snake's face in the shower room. It's possible he's just dead, and Zero is none of these people. But why would Zero end the game early without waiting to see what their options are, or without waiting to see what their subjects do and tear each other apart over? That doesn't fit. Okay, 7 and Lotus were with Junpei, so they can't be suspected. Alright. Alright, let's solve this puzzle again. Don't need to redo puzzle rooms. Clicking on puzzle rooms in the flowchart lets you pick specific parts of puzzle room scenes. There isn't anything new here in this puzzle room, but there is something extra in the post-puzzle part. Okay.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor
June's down
belt.
over by there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall, as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Actually, can I fast forward through this and it'll give me new dialogue that it'll stop for? You can fast forward, okay. They stood there for a few more minutes, no one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the witch. Junpei and Ace followed him.
You know, speaking of experiments...
Santa suddenly stopped.
There was this experiment some scientists did with rats.
Okay.
First, they took a squarish C-shaped tank and filled it with enough water that the rats could drown in it. The tank has 2 exits. Just to make it easy, we'll call one A and the other B.
This is foreshadowing the 2 9 doors.
Exit A is pitch black, so dark even a rat can't see anything. But exit B is electrified, which means the rat can't leave through it. So, what would a rat do if it was put in this situation? Which exit would the rat choose?
There was a moment of silence after Santa posed the question, and then Ace responded.
B, of course. The rat has no way of knowing that exit B is electrified.
Exactly. The rat goes to exit B. Of course, like I said, it's electrified. Which means the rat can't get out that way. So, after a lot of trial and error, the rat finally finds exit A.
I can't say that's very interesting or relevant. It's simply the story of a laboratory experiment.
You better start listening to stories about laboratory experiments, Ace. We're in
You're right.
one.
It isn't very interesting. Yet. See, these scientists repeated this experiment over and over, using hundreds of different rats over several generations. This produced some surprising results. With each generation, the rats took less time to find the correct exit. Eventually, a rat was put in the tank who instantly chose exit A without even attempting to go to exit B. But that wasn't the most impressive part. The same experiment was conducted in another laboratory, far from the original one, with the same results. No, on second thought, the results weren't really the same. The rats in this second experiment began the trials with significantly faster times than the first rats in the initial one.
Are we trying to set up some kind of mental psychic communication between rats as a plot point?
These rats weren't related to the others and had never even come in contact with them. And yet, they all easily found their way to exit A as though they already knew. What did it mean?
Are you suggesting something like telepathy? They were passing information to one another through some undetectable medium?
Ace looked skeptical. Santa snorted at him.
How the hell would I know? I'm not any kind of scientist. I don't know what made him do that.
Well, why'd you bring
But
it up
I do
then?
know that story's true. And if you've got another explanation, I'd sure love to hear it. Come on, let's get going. There's still a lot here we haven't checked out. And we gotta get the hell out of here before June passes out.
Without waiting for a response, he turned around and started walking. Junpei, however, wasn't quite ready to leave the topic
Hey, wait.
alone.
There's something I want to ask you.
What?
Santa stopped and turned
Why
around.
did they use that tank for the experiment?
Huh?
Well, I mean, it seems like you could conduct the same experiment without the water. They could have just used a dry box, you know? If they needed to motivate the rats to escape, they could have, I don't know, put some bait by exit B or something. I mean, do they really have to make it so the rats can drown?
That is a bit sadistic, but it does pressure them. Santa gave a grim bark
You
and a
know,
laugh.
the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, an emergency is something urgent, often something dangerous. And to emerge means to sort of come out, or appear, or rise out of something else. So what's going to emerge in an emergency? Inspiration.
Inspiration?
Yeah. Think about it. When the chips are down, either you crack or your mind focuses and pulls up what you need.
I'm in my third timeline, and so far my mind has not focused in any of the emergencies that have happened at the end of these
So
timelines.
in an emergency, your real potential emerges. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's why the rats had to drown. They had to be in danger. There had to be an emergency for inspiration to emerge.
Oh.
Junpei suddenly felt cold. The back of his head was aching, and his stomach felt strange. Oh, it just takes me back out? Alright. So now I can skip to this escape room and see the end with a new conversation. Something new in between. All right. Oh, just,
the word emergency comes from the same root as the word emerge. You ever think about that?
Huh?
Huh. 9 photos, that's the one to jump to. All right.
Now we finally have all 9 picture cards.
Just then, Junpei heard a noise. He spun around just in time to see June collapse in front of the fence. Jump to the post-puzzle novel section. Okay.
June, are you okay?
She did not respond. I cannot hit the flowchart at the moment. Should I exit out the game and... No, it doesn't autosave, and I haven't saved in a while. Junpei spun back around to face Ace. Not too bad if you see this one first. Fair enough.
I'm sorry, I gotta go check on her. You finished the box thing, all right? Just put the cards in the boxes. I'm counting on you.
He shoved the cards into Ace's hands and ran off towards June.
Are you all right? What happened?
Junpei called out to her as he ran.
Can you stand?
As he arrived, June was climbing to her feet with Santa's help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine.
You are most certainly not
tripped.
fine.
Don't give me that. Now is not the time.
But it's true. I tripped over a box.
Just let me see for a sec.
Is the box important? Junpei put his palm on her forehead.
You're still warm.
Her temperature was much the same as it had been the last time he'd checked. She wasn't hot like she'd been before, but she was still warm. Her fever wasn't completely gone.
I saw her fall. I think she really did just trip on something, you know?
Junpei would have been more willing to agree if June hadn't needed quite so much help standing
Still,
up.
to fall down like that? I think she's probably still a little messed up.
June was doing her best to busy herself brushing dust off of her dress. Her smile looked a little embarrassed and her face was a bit flushed. But she did look a great deal better than she had.
All right, well,
Still.
let's just get out of here as fast as we can so we can get you to a hospital.
Oh, I don't think it's anything that serious.
Are you
I just
sure?
need a little medicine and some sleep, and I'll be fine.
Medicine. Medicine, huh? Well, if we could get in touch with anyone outside, I'll bet Ace could swing that for you easy.
Ace? Why?
Do you think he's a doctor?
Don't you know? He's the president of a pharmaceutical company.
Oh.
Cradle Pharmaceuticals is the name, I think.
Oh. Hello. Okay. So we know why he got picked. Interesting.
Their flagship product is an anesthetic drug called Soparil.
Soparil. Soparil. I've heard of that before somewhere.
Junpei couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard about Soparil before. Santa
Soparil.
continued.
It's an anesthetic that's a gas at room temperature. A lot like how nitrous oxide is.
Is that what he injected
Takes
himself
only
with?
a few seconds to spread, and even a small amount is very effective. A bunch of countries quickly accepted it for widespread use within their police and military forces. It was an effective crowd suppressant and room clearer. It was practical, ethical, and the humane nature of it made it the ideal drug. It's been around for about 6 years. They developed it from the extracts of several different roots.
I bet that's not quite how they developed it. I bet that it had something to do with the kids that were kidnapped 9 years ago.
It became popular almost as soon as it was made public, with many governments placing large orders. Demand for Soparil skyrocketed, and of course that meant Cradle Pharmaceuticals' stock did too.
Why do you know all of this?
Santa's information was interesting, but Junpei couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Santa's reply was blunt.
I heard
and
it from the
simple.
old man himself.
Oh. He's been open
From
about
Ace?
that?
When?
Is he your
At the
dad
number
or
4
something?
door at the central stairway, when we were searching the second class room. Remember how Snake, 7, and you went to door 5? It was back then. I asked him what he did for a living, and he said he ran his own company. After that, we just started talking, and I guess it just came up, you know?
Huh.
Are you worried about something?
No, nothing.
As he spoke, Junpei looked over toward Ace. How are you having this much trouble with it, Ace? He seemed to be having difficulty with the 9
What
boxes.
the hell is he doing?
He turned back to June and Santa.
June, don't push yourself, all right?
Yes.
Santa, could you take care of her? I'll go check on Ace. Looks like he's having trouble.
Sure.
He gave them both a short nod, then turned and headed toward Ace.
What are you doing?
Ace's back was to him as Junpei approached. The older man turned around to look at him. His face was pale and covered
What
in
happened?
sweat.
Nothing. My vision has gotten rather blurry, I think, because of fatigue. I can't see very well at the moment.
What can't you see well?
These pictures.
Ace held the cards out to Junpei, splayed out in the shape of a fan.
I don't care to admit it, but I may be developing presbyopia. Growing old is a difficult thing.
He made the best attempt he could at a self-deprecating smile, but his face was flushed and his lips were pale and drawn.
At any rate, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm feeling awfully tired, so if you don't mind, I'd like to rest for a bit.
He shoved the cards into Junpei's hands and walked quickly away. Junpei looked at him
How could
quizzically.
simply looking at cards have tired him out?
Junpei looked down at the cards in his hands. All of the pictures were quite clear, and each person easily recognizable. Was Ace's vision truly so
But if it
bad?
wasn't, what had made him so uncomfortable?
That was when Junpei remembered what he'd heard from Lotus much earlier.
Prosopagnosia. Well, Put simply, it means a condition where the mind can't distinguish between human faces.
That's not the same word as prosopagnosia.
In other words, my face would look the same as Clover's or even yours. So they can't remember faces, which is how most people recognize each other. That means that people with prosopagnosia have trouble recognizing even people they're close to.
Maybe he's got prosopagnosia?
Junpei took another look at Ace. He sat at the base of the stairs, looking quite depressed.
Well, he looks depressed enough to have it.
If he really did have prosopagnosia, there was no doubt it was a depressing and painful experience. Still, Junpei didn't feel like patting him on the shoulder and telling him everything would be all right would help him that much. Still, Junpei felt perhaps it was best he keep Ace's condition to himself, at least for the time being. Doing his best to clear his mind for the task at hand, he turned back toward the boxes.
Time to solve the 9 boxes puzzle.
Okay. Can I save here? I would like to save here. And this is unlocked now. Now I will look here for the new dialogue.
Yes! The door's open!
I have not saved in a while. No worries, Shy. Simple mistake. Excuse me.
We didn't have parents. They bought it in an accident when we were still kids. So I had to be like her dad. And that meant that I bought her Christmas presents every year. On Christmas Eve, I'd leave the present next to her pillow. And the next morning, she'd come running into my room with this big smile. Look, look, Santa left me a present. He got me that doll I really wanted.
No wonder you chose
I'm so glad he got my letter. She was always so excited. I was the one who told her to write those letters. I'd say, write down something you want and mail it to Santa. The address I gave her was somewhere in Northern Europe that doesn't exist. Anyway, she'd write the letter and stamp it and send it out. And then a few days later, it'd show up back in our mailbox marked address unknown. I'd open the letters before she figured out they'd been sent back. Once I had the letter, I'd go around to a couple stores with some money I'd saved up over the year and buy her the stuff she'd asked for. It took a lot of saving, but I managed to buy her presents every year.
Huh.
Junpei was silent. He could think of nothing to say. June looked down, uncomfortable. So what happened to your sister? The wall next to him suddenly groaned. Either he hadn't heard the sound or didn't care. Santa
But one
kept
year,
talking.
her letter was different. She didn't write a list of toys she wanted or anything like that. Instead, it said, I don't want any presents this year. Instead, I want you to make my wish come true.
Oh, what'd you
My
wish for?
wish is that we'll be happy like this for a really, really long time. That was it. Nothing else. But I couldn't make that wish come true. Some Santa I am.
What happened to her? Santa looked sad. Junpei had never seen him look sad before. Was she one of the kidnapped kids? Seven did say there were deaths. He wasn't sure he liked it. Junpei decided it was probably best not to ask Santa any more questions.
What
But
happened?
June glanced up at Santa quickly as she spoke. He answered, but only
She
with an
died.
effort.
She was killed 9 years ago.
I knew it. There was nothing Junpei could say. His heart felt like a great lump of lead. June bit her lip and looked away. Her face was pale.
All right, Let's go.
Santa stood up suddenly, his downcast demeanor gone. He shoved the picture back in his pocket and headed back up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. Alright. So we've already seen this.
Huh. Is this a warehouse?
Alright. Is there anything new in this novel section? We now have unlocked the third path. It's funny that this scene does not set an event flag. You cannot miss this in the original DS version, but you can in the port. Should be good to jump. Should I jump to this or to the branch one? Excuse me. Maybe the previous one just in case. All right. So, Ace is the head of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Okay, let's figure this out. So, Ace is tied to what happened 9 years ago. Santa, let's go through them one at a time. Number 1 is Ace, and he's the president of Cradle Pharmaceuticals. Number 2 is Snake, and we don't know how he connects. Number 3 is Santa, who's the older brother of one of the victims from 9 years ago. Number 4 is Clover, and we don't know how she connects. Number 5 is Junpei, and we don't know how he connects. Number 6 is Akane, and we don't know how she connects, but she's probably either Zero or one of the victims. And Junpei gets brought on as her childhood friend. Number 7 is Seven, who was a detective investigating the case and wound up on the ship. Number 8 is Lotus, who was the mother of one of the victims. Number 9 is the 9th man, who we know nothing about, but who might have been a scientist on the ship. Junpei and June ran to the large hospital room together. As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and
She's
in the
not
corners.
here.
No, she isn't.
All right, just in case, we should go take a look in the shower room.
Shower room?
That's where her brother is. She might have gone to see him.
Oh yeah, the door is propped open. June bit her lip. She knew, as Junpei did, that there was only one thing to see in the shower room, and it wasn't pleasant.
We might as well check, right? Let's go.
I wonder if Snake and Clover were victims. I wonder if the car accident thing is a lie, and Snake got hurt on the ship 9 years ago. There was a screwdriver stuck between the door and the frame.
We can still get in.
We should thank Seven later.
Junpei and June slipped through the door, moved down the hallway, and stepped into the shower room.
No luck.
Yeah, I don't think she's here.
June's voice was faint, and she placed her hands over her mouth. Her face looked a little
The smell
green.
is horrible.
The stench in the room was almost unbearable. It had grown far more unpleasant since their last visit. If Junpei had eaten the lunch, he would have had difficulty retaining it. He wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, but he had to be sure. And the only way to be sure was to check the other side of the divider.
Let's check the back, just to be sure.
June offered no resistance and nodded weakly to Junpei as he headed around the divider. What are the letters written on the wall for? He stopped at the corner and turned his head.
She's not here.
As he'd expected, Clover was nowhere to be seen. The only thing on the other side of the divider was a dead body lying in a reddish-brown puddle of dry and drying blood.
Snake. Just where did your sister go?
Junpei whispered to what once was Snake. He'd asked rhetorically, of course, as there was no way he'd get an answer. He gave a deep sigh.
Such a horrible way to go. The skull shattered, the left arm's hideously twisted.
His left arm's fake, though.
Huh? Wait.
The bright white of the ulna was clearly visible through the remains of skin and muscle. It's not him! Bright white.
Bones.
Ulna. The pieces fell into place. Junpei remembered something Clover had told him in the laboratory.
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. The accident hurt him really bad.
Of course. Of course. Why didn't I realize it earlier?
Clover had told Junpei that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. But the left arm of the corpse behind the divider was quite clearly a real human arm. Or at least it had been once. That meant the corpse...
Jumpy?
June's unsure voice at Junpei's suddenly strange behavior drew his attention back to her.
Sorry for making you wait. Let's go.
I called it way earlier that was not Snake. I'm proud of that. Junpei and June headed back toward the large hospital room. They stepped through the door and out of the shower room. Down the hallway they went, searching for Clover in every corner. They had reached the stairs when Seven appeared, breathless and yelling.
Junpei! June! Where were you guys?
He looked pale and his face was drawn. Something terrible had happened. Junpei's breath caught in his throat.
Did something happen?
Seven drew a shaking hand across his face and gulped down a breath of air.
Clover is...
You found her
Clover
corpse?
is dead.
Yep.
I found her in the first-class bathroom.
All sound ceased for Junpei. The world was an empty, muffled expanse. Then he began to hear his own breathing. Okay, so Clover is not zero. Is Snake zero? June's mouth moved, but he heard nothing. She tried once more, and then her energy was gone, and she collapsed against the wall. He could have helped her, but he hadn't, and now she was dead. So he stood there, frozen in place.
Clover, why? Why did this happen?
He forced his body to move. Each step felt like another nail pounded into his heart. Finally, he was in front of her. He knelt and placed 3 fingers against Clover's neck. No pulse. No breath. But she was still warm, and her eyes were closed peacefully. It would have been easy to think she was asleep. Easy, that is, were it not for the slowly expanding puddle of blood beneath her. He traced its source to her back. A gash just beneath her shoulder blade. Was the weapon a knife, perhaps? If it was a knife, the killer had taken it when they left. When he cloosed his eyes, he saw Clover's smile.
Clover!
Her innocent smile. Her energy. He would never see her smile again. He could have done something. He could have helped her. His stomach twisted itself into a sickening knot.
Let's get out of here, June.
So was she killed so she didn't spill the beans about Snake? But he did it too late? Junpei lifted a limp June from the floor and carried her from the bathroom. Well, let's take her...
Are you all right?
Take her bracelet. It was a foolish question, and he knew it.
I think so.
Her voice was weak. The fever had gone down, but the emotional scars she'd received were not likely to recede as quickly. Junpei laid his hand on her shoulder, and they walked back to the bedroom.
You should get some rest. Here, the bed. Can you sit?
Yes.
She nodded once and stared at the floor. There were 4 others in the room. Ace, Lotus, Santa, and Seven. They all stared at nothing, their faces drawn and tired. Now's the time to tell everybody that it's not Snake's body. After a while, they drifted into the bathroom to see Clover's corpse themselves. Once everyone was back in the bedroom, Junpei walked slowly to the center of it and looked around as the slumped figures
Who was the
gathered
first
there.
to find the body?
Me.
Seven spoke from behind Junpei. He turned around. Seven's
Why
hand
did you
was
come
up.
to this room?
To look for Clover. Why else? I found her body in the bathroom. As soon as I did, I ran outside. I got to the top of the stairs by the casino and yelled as loud as I could. Hey, guys! I found her, but it's bad! She's in the bathroom in the first-class cabin! Come quick! Or something like that. Then I went back to the bathroom. Ace, Santa, and Lotus showed up real soon after that. But I guess you two hadn't heard me or something because you didn't show. So I took off down the stairs to look for you. After that, I mean, you know the rest, right?
Junpei nodded and closed his eyes. There was one more thing he needed to
Seven.
ask.
There's one more thing I'm worried about.
What?
You stuck one of those plates in between the door and the frame, right? Why did you do that?
Come on, didn't I already tell you that? I did it so that the door wouldn't lock. So we could come back to this room? Oh, you think I did it?
That is what he's
well,
angling
I don't
at.
know. That kind of depends on what you say, doesn't it?
For crying out loud.
Seven sighed and shook his head.
Follow me.
There were 2 doors standing next to one another. He opened the one on the right.
A closet?
Oh, you wanted to come back to this safe. Did we never open this safe? Seven stepped inside. He stood in front of one of the shelves that filled it and gestured toward a small box. The box was a small metal cube. He looked at Junpei.
This is the reason. This safe. We couldn't open it when we were getting through this room. I figured there might be something pretty important in it. I couldn't stop thinking about it. I figured eventually we might figure out what the numbers are for the safe. And if we did, I didn't want to screw around with door 5 again. So I put the plate in the exit door so we could get back in that way. You get it now?
Makes sense. Junpei nodded and looked at the safe. He grabbed the handle and shook it.
Figured it wouldn't open.
It was as locked as it had been when Seven found it. There was one change, however. Just underneath the safe was a pile of fine reddish-brown powder.
Rust.
Rust? Junpei stared at it,
If
considering.
there's rust here, that means... Has someone opened the safe?
Interesting. And he knew the door was still open because he was with us when that happened. Junpei left the closet. Seven followed him back to the bedroom.
Huh?
All right, time to tell them, Junpei. It was cold and quiet. No one spoke. They sat, frozen in place by shock and grief and fatigue. The room felt tiny and oppressive, and the thick metallic smell of blood filled the room. Junpei turned and headed for the living room. Anything to get out of there.
Maybe there's another clue. Anything that might lead us to discover who stabbed Clover.
As quickly as they could, they searched around and under the beds and in the corners. His eyes caught on the door. The door that led to the passageway of door number 5.
Behind this door. The ninth man's body is behind there. Maybe I should have another look at it, just in case.
It's not there anymore. Quietly, he pushed open the door.
Ugh.
The smell hit him like a blow to the face.
Oh, the hell? This smell is...
His lungs contracted, unwilling to inhale such fetid air. Acid boiled up from the base of his stomach, churning what little food was there into a violent froth. Oh, that's some good voice acting that I didn't want to hear. It was too much for him, and he vomited. A thin stream of yellow water and bile spattered onto the floor. He wiped his mouth weakly and stared at the dead body, which is still here. Chunks of torn flesh lay in an arc around the body. What remained of its intestines had slid out onto the floor. The pool of blood that framed it was half dry, but so thick that it had taken on a texture not unlike that of an egg yolk prepared sunny side up. On the floor, next to the broken mass of the man's head, lay his glasses, cracks spidering across the lenses. The bloodstains near them had already dried, like scabs on the floor.
Wait.
That was when he noticed.
It's gone.
His bracelet's gone.
It's gone. It was right next to the glasses.
But now, it was gone. The number 9 bracelet was gone.
But why?
Yeah, they really go all in on the gross descriptions in this game. Had someone taken it? He was turning it over and over in his mind when he heard Seven's voice.
Where'd Junpei go?
It had drifted out to him from the living room. Junpei walked slowly out of the hallway.
Oh, there you are. Were you looking for something in the hallway?
Seven looked up as Junpei entered the room.
Did you find something?
Sure did. He thought for a moment before he responded.
No, nothing.
Keeping it quiet, all right. Technically, it wasn't a lie. He hadn't found anything. In a way, in fact, that was the problem. Something he'd expected to find hadn't been there. The ninth man's
What's up?
bracelet.
Well, I wanted you to take a look at something.
What is it?
Seven led Junpei back to the bathroom.
Clover.
Her bracelet's gone. As Clover's corpse came into view, he felt his heart flip and then fall to the bottom of his stomach. Something between a sigh and a groan escaped his lips.
What was it you wanted to show me?
His voice was hollow and empty.
I searched Clover's body again. A real shame. She was stabbed once in the back, probably by a knife or something. And I found this.
As he spoke, he moved around Clover's head, then knelt down and flipped open her right hand.
What?
She was holding a piece of paper.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
What?
He wasn't sure what that meant, but it likely didn't matter. The paper was more
I'm opening
important.
it.
He picked it up and carefully opened it. What's it say? There were 2 sentences written on it.
Truth had gone, truth had gone, and truth had gone. Ah, now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
Truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. The sinister hand is the left hand. So it's a reference to Snake's missing left hand.
What is this? Some kind of secret code?
7 peered over Junpei's shoulder at the note. Junpei stepped away from Clover's body and into the living room. He began to pace, attempting to decode the note.
Code.
The first clue was likely the phrase sinister hand. Sinister hand means the left hand.
Sinister was a term used in heraldry that meant to the left of the bearer of a coat of arms. The left hand. The left hand. What does the left hand mean?
Junpei looked at his own left arm, at the bracelet on his wrist.
Does the darkness of the sinister hand have something to do with the bracelet?
He examined the bracelet closely. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. Now truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand.
There's two things sticking out on either side of the face. The left and right sides of the face. Left and right. Left and right. Right and left. Truth is gone. Truth gone.
Truth gone. Maybe those two words. Switching the sentence around. That wouldn't... Gone had truth, and gone had truth, and gone had truth. Reading them backwards wouldn't get anything. What else could gone and truth mean?
What else could gone and truth mean? Truth, of course, means something that is correct, something that's fact. In other words, something that is right.
I think this note was in English in the original, and part of the script was Junpei saying the things in English and then in Japanese. Okay, so a language difference to solve this puzzle.
You could then safely assume that gone means left.
He got this quick. Okay, so press the right, press the left, press the right, press the left, press the right, press the left, press the right.
After all, after someone left, they were gone. But in this case, they clearly refer to their directional homonyms. Then truth equals right, and gone equals left.
Junpei looked at the bracelet again.
The left and right of the bracelet.
Right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
These two things sticking out. So if I...
press them in the following order. Right, left, right, left, right, left. And then... Ooh! One after another, 8 numbers flashed on, then off of the face of Junpei's bracelet.
Did it just...
He checked one more time to be sure.
14383421.
Interesting. 14383421. Clover is dead and Snake is gone. And Junpei's bracelet now says 1.
Huh? Hey, what are those numbers?
Junpei didn't answer. He couldn't answer. He had no idea what they were either. Besides, he was sure he would forget the numbers and the order they came in if he said anything.
14383421.
Muttering the numbers to himself over and over, Junpei headed toward the bedroom.
14383421.
14383421.
14383421. 14383421. 14383421.
Let's see if this is the answer. Before long, he found himself in front of the safe again. Its lock was the only device he could think of that required a sequence of numbers such as the ones he'd just discovered. Besides, someone had opened the safe at least once already. Had Clover come to the bedroom to open it? Junpei slowly dialed in the numbers the bracelet had given him.
1 to the right, 4 to the left, and... Oh.
Finished.
Bingo. I knew it was for this.
A small, telltale sound of a lock opening. He grabbed the handle, took a deep breath, and pulled it up.
Oh, is this some sort of note?
Interesting. What's it say? Inside was a piece of paper. It was roughly the same size as the one Clover had been holding. Junpei picked it up. This is what it said. Fact number 1. The nonary game was played once before, 9 years ago. They made the kids play it? Fact number 2. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was Snake. Fact number 3. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO, Kentaro Hongo. Cradle Pharmaceuticals Chief of Staff, Gisa Nijisaki. I learned Lotus's last name in the submarine branch, right? But I can't remember. Was it Nijisaki? No, it's Kashiwabara. Okay. Cradle Pharmaceuticals R&D Supervisor, Teruaki Kubota. Majority shareholder in Cradle Pharmaceuticals, Kagechika Musashido. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. Junpei left the closet. There were 5 people waiting for him in the bedroom. Ace, Lotus, Santa, Seven, and June. He looked at each one of them in turn, then slowly placed his hands in the pockets of his vest.
Sorry, but do you think you could all come with me?
Come with you?
I want all of you to go to the big hospital room.
Why?
There's something I want to be sure of.
What do you want to be sure of?
I want to know if the person I suspect is really the culprit.
Wait, then you're saying...
Yeah, I think I've got it figured out. I know who killed Snake and Clover.
But that wasn't Snake. The atmosphere in the room changed. Grief was suddenly gone, replaced by attention like a strap of leather stretched to its limit. 5 sets of eyes stared at Junpei. He pretended not to notice.
If you could all please move to the big hospital room. I'll explain everything as soon as we get there.
Then, almost as if on cue, the bell began to ring. They all heard it. It was the bell from the clock in the main staircase. The bell rang 5 times, then ceased. 1 hour
It's 5
left.
o'clock.
We've only got an hour left.
We don't have a lot of time left. Let's go.
Slowly, one by one, they followed Junpei out of the bedroom.
Actually, before we get started, I was hoping you could do something for me.
Junpei stopped in front of door 3 and
Ace,
turned around.
7, and Lotus, could you please place your palms on the red?
Huh?
Why? If we need to get to the shower room, why don't we just...
No, we're not going inside. Once you've authenticated, step away from the door.
Why?
Please, just do it. Or perhaps you don't want to know who killed Snake and Clover.
Junpei's implication was clear, and 7 understood perfectly.
Fine.
What is this about? What information can you get from
What about
this?
you, Ace? Lotus?
Very well.
Sure.
Quickly, they pressed their palms onto the red. Once they had finished, they stepped away from the door, as Junpei had instructed. 3 asterisks shone from the red's display.
I have this idea. I don't think this device responds to a hand placed on it. It instead reacts to a bracelet being brought close. You don't actually need a hand.
Junpei approached it and held his bracelet over the scanner. He made quite sure he didn't place his palm on it, and instead only brought his bracelet near it. The 4th asterisk.
I knew it.
Just as Junpei had expected. Was this a surprise? I kind of thought this was how it worked all along. It was possible to authenticate without placing one's palm on the red, so long as the bracelet was brought near it. Junpei pulled the lever down. Door 3 opened like a hungry mouth. 9 long seconds passed. Wait. 1 plus 7 is 8, plus 8 is 16. One plus 7 is 8, and plus 8 is 16. That is a root of 7. Plus 1, which is his current number, is a root of 8. Even if his number said 5 still, no, that would, wait, 8, 16, 21. Okay, never mind. That would, his number still counts as 5. And the door shut, unfed. Junpei walked slowly back to the others, who were waiting some distance from the door, talking to one another. Santa and June had joined them as well.
Huh?
It looked as though they hadn't found a chance to break into the conversation yet. As Junpei approached, they turned to look at him, curiosity plain on their faces. Before long, the other 3 did as well.
What was that about?
How should I know?
Clearly, they were all expecting
Thanks.
some answers.
I appreciate your cooperation.
Clearly, they'd hoped for something more forthcoming.
By the way,
He continued.
Ace, would you mind if I asked you something?
What is it?
Do you know who I am.
Who are you, Junpei?
What? What kind of question?
Just answer it, please. Who am I?
You're Junpei, of course. Who else would you be?
Unfortunately, that's the wrong answer. Actually, I'm Santa.
What?
What?
Ace's voice was full of surprise, but it was also tinged with confusion and fear. Oh, because of his face blindness. Everyone else looked nearly as surprised. Santa looked especially shocked to discover he was actually someone else. If he spoke, however, the trap would be exposed. Junpei
The
quickly
clothes I'm wearing,
continued.
I borrowed from Junpei. And the clothes he's wearing are mine. We had a little swap.
That's ridiculous. Impossible.
So, you're saying I'm not Santa?
Of course you aren't.
Why? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa?
If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 3 equals 19. 1 plus 9 would be 10. The digital route would be 1. But the 4 of us just opened door 3. You can't possibly be Santa. Your bracelet number isn't 3.
It's 5, right?
Huh?
Only then, when it was too late, did Ace realize his mistake. He set his jaw and glared
You're
at Junpei.
exactly right. My bracelet number is 5.
As he spoke, Junpei lifted his wrist up to show everyone the bright red 5
Sorry,
on his
Ace.
wrist.
I tricked you. Of course, I'm not really Santa. I'm Junpei. Who could possibly think I was? It's obvious I'm not. To think I was? Ridiculous.
He explained as if he couldn't see Junpei's face. That was
I
the
guess
trap.
you couldn't see just how obvious it was. I asked you before, didn't I? What makes you so sure I'm not Santa? And you answered. If you were Santa, then door 3 wouldn't have opened for us just now. Most people wouldn't say something like that. The first thing that would come to anyone else's mind wouldn't be the bracelet number. There'd only be one thing they'd say. One sentence. You don't have his face. Ace, you have prosopagnosia, am I right?
Junpei's voice was quiet and calm. He knew the truth. So did Ace. Junpei ableist moments, yeah.
Prosopagnosia?
The others looked confused.
What's that?
No clue.
Prosopagnosia is...
He heard Lotus begin to explain it to them. Ace glanced at them, then turned back toward Junpei and sighed.
Very well. I confess. I have prosopagnosia. I cannot differentiate human faces. Is that what this was about? You want to mock me for my disorder?
No, not at all.
Well, it sounds like you
I'm
did,
not making fun of
Junpei.
you at all. In fact, I feel kind of bad for you. No, the reason I brought this up is that there's an excellent chance the person who killed Snake has prosopagnosia.
Hang on. Ace's face tightened. His eyes
What do you
narrowed.
mean?
Junpei leaned casually against the iron piping of one of the beds.
I'll just come right out with it. I think it was you, Ace. You killed him.
Junpei was suddenly very aware of 5 pairs of eyes on him. He had their undivided attention now. As well as mine, the room had grown very, very quiet. Junpei took a deep
That's
breath.
ridiculous. What possible evidence do you...
I have 3 pieces of evidence. The first, think back to a few hours ago. You made us argue over the 3 doors here in the big hospital room. There was no way all 7 people could go through them. Lotus suggested that we sacrifice one of us.
Lotus looked away awkwardly, as she should. Junpei glanced at her
Then
and
you,
continued.
Ace, said, I'll stay here. Why would you say something like that? It's pretty simple, really. You didn't want us to see the dead body in the shower room. You see, If Ace stayed behind, there were only 2 doors the rest of us could go through. Doors 7 and 8.
Everyone does their math for the numbers so fast.
There was no way we could get through door 3, the shower room. You knew that, didn't you, Ace? That's why you volunteered to stay behind.
Come on now, I think that's going a bit far. I can understand if you're jealous of my bravery, but please don't devalue my actions. I only wanted to save the rest of you. Surely you can understand my altruism.
Kind of talking yourself up now. That's a little
Altruism.
out of character. Junpei stared off into the darkness at something very interesting and lazily began to dig a persistent bit of wax.
You already knew, didn't you? You knew that whichever doors we took, eventually we'd end up back in the big hospital room.
What on earth are you saying? Of course I didn't know that. How could I have?
Really?
Yes, yes.
Pleading was not something they'd heard from Ace before. Junpei pulled the piece of wax from his ear, glanced at it, and flicked it off into the darkness.
Oh well, that's cool. I've still got 2 more pieces of evidence that say you're the killer. The second is that, as I said earlier, you have prosopagnosia.
Then you mean to imply that a person who can't distinguish human faces must be a bad person?
Yeah, where are you going with this,
Junpei,
Junpei?
they call that prejudice.
No, I am not that stupid.
Then why?
Well, before I explain, I suppose there's something I should tell you.
Right, because Ace couldn't tell that it wasn't
The
Snake.
corpse in the shower room. It's not Snake's.
What?
Ace's face went pale. The others looked confused as well. If the body wasn't
I didn't put it
Snake's...
together right away, but there was something Clover told me. She said that Snake's left arm was prosthetic. He'd lost his real arm in an accident. But the body we saw in the shower room, let's call him Guy X. Guy X's left arm was definitely flesh and blood. In other words, Guy X couldn't possibly have been Snake.
Oh God. No. That's impossible.
Oh, he's slipping. Ace had started muttering deliriously to himself, shaking his head back and forth. Junpei was long
Let's
past
say,
caring.
hypothetically, that the killer didn't have prosopagnosia. If that were the case, he would immediately realize that Guy X wasn't Snake. Even if the clothes were the same as Snake's, their faces would be completely different. It would have been obvious they were different people. And yet, they still killed him. Why? Why would they kill a stranger who'd only just shown up? On the other hand, if the killer did have prosopagnosia, it makes sense. They thought Guy X was Snake and killed him.
So Snake brought somebody else in. Snake brought somebody else in, swapped clothes with him, and foisted him off on Ace?
Wait. Wait just a moment. Let's say you're right, and I mistook Guy X for Snake. Even if I did, I would have had no motive to kill him. Why would I want to kill Snake?
You figured out he was one of the
I can
kids.
think of at least 2 motives. 1, Snake knew about your past. If he ever revealed what he knew, that would have been really bad for you. You really didn't want that to happen. So to make sure Snake's mouth stayed shut, you killed him. 2, Snake had a grudge against you. You knew that, or at least you could have easily assumed he did. Even without exposing your identity, he was a threat to you. You never knew when you might be attacked. You couldn't ever let your guard down. Every moment was a moment he might try something. You didn't want that kind of danger hanging over you, so you...
Hey, hold on a minute.
For the first time since the beginning of Junpei's explanation, someone besides
What's
Ace
the past
spoke.
that Ace wouldn't want us to know? Why did Snake have a grudge against him?
Look at this.
He handed Santa a small
What's
piece
this
of paper.
piece of paper?
Santa squinted at the paper and
The
began to
nonary
read.
game was played once before 9 years ago. The person with the number 2 bracelet attended the game 9 years ago. It was planned by the following 4 people. Cradle Pharmaceuticals CEO Gentaro Hongo. What is this?
Slowly, Santa looked up from the paper. His eyes met
It's the message
Junpei's.
from Zero. It was in the safe in the first-class cabin.
Then suddenly,
Give me a break!
Ace's face was red and shaking, and his voice was full of fury tinged with
That
desperation.
paper is a lie! Someone is trying to frame me!
Me. You said me, right?
He admits it's his name. Junpei's eyes narrowed and the trap began to close. Ace inhaled sharply. His eyes flicked off of Junpei to something, anything
Wouldn't that
else.
mean you're admitting you're Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Or am I mistaken?
It was as though a switch had been flipped. The color drained from Ace's face, and as he realized what he'd done, his eyes
Very
went
well.
wide.
I admit that much. I am certainly the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical, Gentaro Hongo. So what if I am? I don't know anything about this nonary game that supposedly took place 9 years ago. Everything on that scrap of paper is bullshit. Someone is trying to set me up, you see? First of all...
First of all, what? Ace stammered as he tried desperately to work himself to a more tenable
Junpei,
position.
You're claiming I did this all by myself. Think that over, all right? How could I have killed Snake all by myself?
Not Snake. It was Guy X.
I don't care who it was. You said the killer put this other man into door 3, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Then I couldn't have possibly done that alone. I couldn't have opened door 3 with only myself and Guy X.
Nope. You could have.
Because you had an extra bracelet. Number 9. 1 plus 2 is 3, plus 9 is 12, is 3 digital root.
Huh?
What?
Ace's face was tight, and his teeth were clenched. Junpei fixed him with a level stare. The trap was about to
Actually,
close.
Ace, when you were unconscious, I took something from you. Remember when you were injected with that anesthetic and fell asleep in the big hospital room? Yeah, back then, I took this.
Junpei put his hand into his pocket.
No! You couldn't have!
Ah. Ace's right hand moved.
I
Junpei
got you,
smiled.
Ace. Your right hand there tells me all I needed to know. You want to tell me what you were so worried about? What's in your pocket? It's the number 9 bracelet, isn't it?
You
Ace,
got him.
Guy X, and the 9th man's bracelet. That was all you needed to open door 3.
1 plus 2 plus 9 equals 12 equals 1 plus 2
That's how
equals
you
3.
killed Guy X all by yourself, Ace. All you needed was the number 9 bracelet in your chest pocket.
Ace lowered his hand from where it had stopped, halfway in his pocket. He looked down at the floor, his face hidden from Junpei. All he could see was the corner of Ace's mouth, twitching like a dying
If you want to
fish.
play innocent, that's fine by me. Go ahead, tell me. I don't have the bracelet, if that's what you want to do. But if you could take off your coat and hand it to me, I'd really appreciate it. Otherwise, we'll have to take it from you by force. Right, Seven?
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure.
Seven's on board. He's been following along. Seven cracked his knuckles with a sound like gunfire. That is not the face portrait I was expecting for laughing. That's more like it. Ace roared with laughter. He threw his arms wide and his head back and laughed, filling the room with a sound that scarcely belonged there. Then it stopped. His arms came down and his head dropped to look straight ahead at Junpei. His face was flat and cold, devoid of any
Well
emotion.
done, Junpei. As you so correctly deduced, I have the number 9 bracelet. I retrieved it while we were searching for the missing hardware for the Red. I left the room I was supposed to search and headed to the first-class cabin on B deck.
His voice showed no emotion, no sense of remorse or interest. It was almost bored, as though he were reciting an especially dull corporate
My purpose
lesson.
was to obtain the number 9 bracelet. 9 is a potent ally in the nonary game. Adding 9 to any set of numbers won't alter the digital root.
1 plus 9 equals 10. 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9, 11 is 2, 3...
As you can see, 9 is a very useful number here. With it, one can go anywhere, with anyone. It is, I suppose you could say, a game changer. So I made for the first-class cabin to obtain it. In mere moments, I successfully acquired the number 9 bracelet. There was also an unexpected bonus.
9 being so overpowered is a great touch. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. I hadn't done the math with 9s because we haven't had the 9 bracelet to think about for a while. Interesting. And I wonder how we're going to get the 9 from Ace.
The knife the 9th man had used.
The killer in all of those bad endings I've gotten so far was Ace. He faked his death in the submarine ending.
I quickly pocketed both of them and left. I made my way back to where I was expected to be. That's when I ran into Snake. Well, this guy X, actually. I spotted him ahead of me. He was heading for the large hospital room and hadn't noticed me. The man wearing Snake's clothes arrived at door 3. When he stopped, I walked up behind him and called out, "Snake." He turned around. He said nothing. His mouth simply hung half open.
Was
he
he
seemed
drugged?
dazed somehow, almost like a man half asleep. Perhaps he had been drugged. It wasn't important. I tend to gloss over little things like that. I was certain that man was Snake. I knew Snake had taken part in the nonary game 9 years ago.
Oh yeah, tell us about the first
Being
notary game.
blind, it made sense that he didn't recognize me immediately upon our first meeting.
Or did he? I'm not convinced he's actually
But why,
blind.
then, hadn't Snake said anything to me later? Surely he hadn't forgotten what had happened to him in the nonary game. But not once did he attempt to confront me. Did his lack of sight prevent him from fully recognizing who I was? Or perhaps Snake had conspired with Zero to deceive me. Regardless, he was a threat, and it was better to deal with him sooner rather than later. I had to get rid of him before he took action. With quick thinking, my plan went into motion immediately. I held the number 9 bracelet over the red. I waved my own bracelet in front of the red, and then grabbed Snake's arm and shoved his hand against the scanner panel. The door opened. I threw the man through it. 9 seconds later, the door shut. 81 seconds passed.
You're going into a lot of detail. Gotta love when a killer gets cornered and has a breakdown in one of these mystery games. The man inside the door passed away.
After that, I returned to my post as though nothing had happened. After conducting my own search, I returned to the large hospital room when the 1 a.m. bell rang.
Ace's eyes were cold and his cheeks were hollow and pallid. When he spoke, only his lips and tongue moved. The rest of his face was eerily still. Junpei glared at Ace. He took a deep breath and thought about the next question he had to ask. He didn't want to. He knew what the answer would be. He just didn't want to hear it. Junpei swallowed and
Ace.
spoke.
Did you kill Clover?
Yes.
Sure did.
Why? Why did you kill her?
Because he thought she might
She was
recognize
Snake's
him.
sister. It was possible he had told her something dangerous. Additionally, she had gone through door 1. It seemed likely she might have found it.
Found what?
Why
Found
don't you
what?
go through door 1 yourself? Perhaps it's hidden somewhere.
7 and Lotus interrupted.
Yeah, but Lotus and I went through door 1 too.
We didn't see anything suspicious.
Yes. I thought as much after I heard your report at the central stairs. I doubt the two of you could find it.
Find what?
But perhaps Clover was different. Perhaps she had found it. I was, therefore, desperate to find her. And at last I did, in the first-class cabin. I spoke very calmly. Did you see it?
See what?
Don't act as if you don't understand. You were in the captain's quarters, weren't you?
Uh-huh. What are you talking about?
Very well. By the way, what are you doing here, Clover?
What? Nothing.
She unlocked the safe.
There's
didn't
blood
she?
on your shoes. It looks fresh. Did you go take a look at the 9th man's corpse? I see. Your silence suggests that you noticed. You saw something, didn't you? You saw that his bracelet was gone.
No!
Clover ran. She made for the exit, but Ace stood in her way.
You aren't going anywhere.
He caught her by the collar as she passed and threw her to the floor.
You're staying here.
No!
She leapt back up and darted past him into the hallway. Ace followed at a run.
Don't you run, little girl.
He was faster. The sound effects of this game are so effective.
That was how I killed Clover.
His face hadn't changed. If he felt guilt or remorse or anything one might feel after taking the life of another human being, it didn't show.
You son of a bitch!
7's whole body trembled with rage, and his voice rumbled with hate. Santa's eyes were bloodthirsty, and Lotus and June's faces were distorted by anger and hatred. Ace looked at them and smiled. It was a cold, cruel thing with no humor in it. He shook his head and sighed.
I admit it. I've lost. I have lost. Completely and utterly. Don't misunderstand, Junpei. I didn't lose to you.
You lost to
I
Snake,
lost
right?
to Zero, not you. I'm rather disgusted with myself for falling into such a simple trap. I looked the fool.
You
and it
sure
was
do.
a trap. Make no mistake. I was trapped and manipulated by Zero.
So is that Snake inside the coffin? Or is Snake Zero? I wonder. I'm still suspicious of June.
The man I killed in the shower room? If he wasn't Snake, then I have no idea who he was. But he was wearing Snake's clothes, and that was no coincidence. He had also been injected with something that reduced his cognition and prevented him from identifying himself or resisting me. And we can't forget the components that were removed from the red before we arrived. I have no doubt that Zero planned all of this. Zero made sure I would kill that man.
It was pretty
It
good
follows,
bait.
Of course, that Zero knew
He really got
everything
you.
I would do. That I would try to take the number 9 bracelet. That I would try to kill Snake. Everything.
Suddenly, Junpei remembered the paper he'd found in the safe. He remembered the last words Zero had written on it. I must punish them for the innocent lives they sacrificed. So the 9th man is probably one of the people on that list. The 9th man is probably one of the people on that list. Ninth Man is probably one of the people on that list, which means that that's two of the people on the list that are in this game. Junpei, Santa, and June are not there. Junpei, Santa, and June are not on that list. Snake is missing and was one of the members of the notary game. Clover's too young and is the sister of one of the people in the notary game. That leaves Seven and Lotus. The thing is, I believe them. I believe them. Their stories that I had during the submarine branch. So that makes only two of the people on that list. There were four. This is the only warning they will receive. That innocent souls might be saved, I now state the truth. 0. And he remembered other words he'd heard from Clover.
I think 0 is one of us.
Huh?
One by one, Junpei looked at the 5 people standing in front of him. Ace is not 0, clearly. Junpei's not 0. Clover's obviously not 0. The Ninth Man is not 0. Snake could be 0. I don't believe it's Seven or Lotus. Ace is the one who killed people with the knife in the 2 endings I've gotten. So he was clearly faking his own death in the submarine branch. Did he stab June and she ran off and survived long enough for Junpei to find her? Or was June faking it? Be interesting to find out. Ace, Santa, June, 7. Lotus.
0 is one of us. No, wait. There's one more person. Snake. The man who died in the shower room isn't Snake. That means he's almost certainly still alive. Maybe Snake is 0. Maybe he made Guy X wear his clothes so that we'd all think he was dead. Where's Snake now? What if he's off somewhere laughing at us?
I bet he's in the
coffin.
coffin.
If he is 0, he must have been lying to us about everything else. Is he watching us?
I bet he's not actually blind.
Well, I believe I've finished with my confession. Why don't we get moving?
He sounded as if he'd just finished doing nothing more exciting than describing the weather. For Santa, it was the last straw.
What the hell is this shit? You aren't going anywhere, you son of a bitch! We're gonna leave your ass here to rot!
Why? Because I killed Clover? That's ridiculous. Why are you so upset that I killed the little bitch?
Wow!
She was nothing to you. A stranger you only met a few hours ago. Am I wrong?
That doesn't... You are a sociopath,
You
man.
bastard!
7 roared and lifted a fist that would likely have shattered Ace's jaw. But someone else was faster. Kick him in the balls! It was Lotus. She stepped toward Ace, raised a fist of her own, and drove it straight into his nose.
Blindsiding me with a punch, huh? You've got some fire, don't you?
Are we going to take his knife from him? Because I think he's going to start threatening us.
I confess, I rather like a tough woman.
All right, don't make it weird, man. He sniffed and wiped a small trickle of blood from his nose with a raised eyebrow.
Well, maybe you'd like another one then.
Before that, let me give you one of my own.
Huh?
Oh. Lotus scarcely had time to blink. Ace snaked his arms around her and pulled Lotus's back up against him. In the same motion, he reached into his coat pocket. I remember that gun. It was a gun. A revolver. Almost lazily, he tilted it to point at Lotus's head.
If any of you so much as blink, I won't hesitate to pull this trigger. I've already killed 3 people. Don't think I'm not ready to make it 4.
3 people. You killed Clover, you killed Guy X. You didn't kill the 9th man.
Three people? What do you mean?
Very well. Let me take this opportunity to illuminate you. The person who killed the 9th man was me. Although I suppose, to be more accurate, I encouraged him to get himself killed.
So it wasn't Zero tricking him, it was you. He was one of the people on the list, wasn't he?
While we were examining the main staircase, he came to me and told me his name. I recognized it at once, so I gave him a little push. Just a little white lie. It seems the settings for the dead were altered. Now it only requires a single person to deactivate the detonator in the bracelet. Investigate what's beyond door 5. We'll meet again later. And with that...
Okay. Have a good one, guys. I'm going off ahead now. Well then.
Why is it stopping? God damn it! You lied! Open the door, please! I'm begging you! Help me! Please get me out of here! Get me out of here! Oh my god, there's no time left! Listen, I was lied to! He lied to me! He put me in here!
We are really reliving the whole scene.
He killed me! It was him!
Couldn't have been more specific, huh?
I had 4 reasons for killing him. As I said before, in the nonary game, the number 9 bracelet is of utmost importance. If I had allowed him to keep such a useful tool, he, or it, would have become a threat to me. As such, I decided that he should be eliminated early on. I wanted the number 9 bracelet. If I could manage to obtain it, I would be able to manipulate the game as I saw fit. I would be unable to acquire the bracelet unless its owner was dead. That's the second reason. Even setting aside his number, he would have been nothing but trouble for me. He was aware of my past. He knew what happened here 9 years ago. It was important that I eliminate him before he was able to disseminate this information. Lastly, 4. I wished to conduct a simple test.
An experiment,
a test to see if this nonary game was serious, or a poor attempt at a joke.
You know, I've never really done the math. Is 9 actually more useful than other numbers, or does it just look that way because the way it looks is unique? It can be added to any sequence of numbers without changing the thing. So you effectively need one fewer person per door to get through.
I needed to be quite sure. As such, I encouraged him to act against the rules so that I might observe the outcome.
This guy voicing the principal in Persona 5 is such a coherent casting for this guy now. Junpei glared at him.
Your third motive. What the hell happened 9 years ago?
Didn't I say? The nonary game was played. I planned it out, and I conducted its execution.
Why? What on earth was it supposed to do?
I don't really think I have any obligation to tell you that.
Ace smirked. He was trying to provoke them, and it was working. Although Ace had paid very little attention to Lotus after catching her, the gun had never wavered from her temple. She looked quite pale, and when she spoke, her voice shook.
What's with this gun? Where did he get this?
Why don't you tell her, Santa?
Santa ground his teeth and glared
The
at
other
Ace.
side of door 6. We found the gun in the coffin in the cargo room, right?
Oh, man.
Bastard must have grabbed it when we weren't looking.
Indeed, I did. That was a pretty serious mistake, you know. Just saying you intended to leave it behind.
Ace laughed, a short, derisive snort, and gave Junpei a sickeningly pitying look. You mean sickeningly pitying look?
Well, there isn't much time left. I'll be off then.
And 1 plus 8 is 9 plus 9 is 9. Is 18, which is 9. Oh, shit. All he needs is Lotus. Uh-oh. But which door is he going to choose?
Well, where are you going?
Do I really need to explain? I had assumed it would be obvious. I have the number 9 bracelet, and now I have Lotus.
9 plus 8 plus 1 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Isn't there a door with a 9 on it in the room that looked like a church? That's where you're going, isn't it?
And how do you know that?
Santa told me about it while we were looking for Clover.
I see. Well, you are correct. That is my destination. But now I must say goodbye to all of you. Ah, and please, don't forget my warning. Move and I'll pull the trigger. I don't need her alive to open the door.
As he spoke, Ace began backing toward the door, practically dragging Lotus behind him.
Shit! He's getting away!
But we can't risk it.
Junpei, Santa, June, and Seven stood frozen. Ace had the face of a man gone mad. They had no doubt he would pull the trigger. Ace had reached the exit.
Lotus, open the door for me if you would.
He forced Lotus to open it, then turned and addressed them once more. It's arguably true for any bracelet. No, it's it works on literally any combination. Any combination with 9 added to it opens the door. It's definitely the most powerful bracelet. You can't add 3, for example, to any combination and open any door. But if you have the right people, you can add 9 to any combination and open the door. You only need 2 people if you have the 9 bracelet on top of your numbers. Then he stepped through the door. It fell shut. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. As soon as Ace and Lotus were gone, Junpei and the others leapt for the door in pursuit of Ace. But as Junpei laid his hand on the doorknob, There was a noise behind him. He looked over his shoulder. June was kneeling on the floor, breathing heavily.
June, what happened? Are you all right?
Santa ran to June and wrapped his arm around her before she could collapse all the way. Hang on. 3 plus 5 is 8, plus 6 is 14, plus 7 is 21. We do not have a 9 with all 4 of us. However, 5 plus 6 plus 7, 11, 18. 5 plus 6 plus 7 could go through a 9 door. We'd have to leave Santa behind.
Jesus, you're burning up. Your fever's back. Are you okay?
June's fever had returned, again for no apparent reason. Her eyes were watery, and her eyelids drooped. Her breath came in dry, shallow gasps.
I'm okay. Really, I'm fine. You shouldn't be worrying about Lotus.
She was breathing hard now, and she could barely summon the strength to talk. Junpei was torn. He couldn't leave June alone in the state she was in. But every moment they waited, Ace was farther away, Lotus's life in his hands. What was Junpei supposed to do? June's eyes drifted to Junpei's. She managed to muster a weak smile.
Don't worry about me.
I bet she's trying to stay behind so she can act freely.
I just need a little rest. I'll be fine. Don't you remember? I just needed to rest a little bit last time. So please, please save Lotus.
Think about what Ace has already done, Junpei. When he's got what he needs from Lotus, you really think he's just gonna let her walk away?
Definitely not.
You guys go on ahead. As soon as June starts feeling better, we'll follow you. Go!
Junpei looked at June. She nodded once. She couldn't manage much more. But it was all the confirmation Junpei needed. His resolve was
All
set.
right. Come on, Seven. We're going after Ace.
Hell yeah!
7 is the most reliable dude in this game.
Santa, you take good care of June. I'm trusting you.
Got it.
Santa nodded. Junpei turned before he had a chance to change his mind and started running toward the door. All right, before we continue, I'm going to take a quick break. I got to go to the bathroom. I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, 1 restroom. Alright, let's continue. He could hear Seven's heavy footsteps behind him. Junpei and Seven exploded into the hallway, their feet pounding on the metal floor as they ran. Okay, 5 and 6 is 11. 5, 6, and 7 can escape. 19. 5, 6, 8, and 3 can't escape. 5, 6, 8, and 7 can't escape. Nobody grabbed the 2 bracelet, did they? Or the 4 bracelet. Does Ace have the 2 and 4 bracelets? Junpei and Seven had finally arrived at the church, exhausted and out of breath. As their lungs struggled to catch their breath, their eyes frantically scanned the room.
Where are they?
They went through one of the 9 doors.
I don't see them.
You think they already went through?
He reached up to wipe a palm full of sweat from his brow.
Maybe.
Even as he spoke, Junpei was already on his way to the larger of the number 9 doors.
Let's check the red.
The display panel read vacant. He spun around and headed toward the smaller door. This red would tell him if Ace and Lotus had moved to another room.
Engaged. It's occupied.
All right. He went through the smaller door, which I'm betting is a dead end.
That means Ace and Lotus went through here.
Yeah, it seems like it.
Junpei and Seven stepped away from the door. They retreated to the center of the room and began to talk.
What do we do now?
Yeah, what should we do? Well, the big door is still vacant, but...
Oh, right, we can't go through an occupied door.
The 2 of us can't do anything with it.
Yeah, not even counting how our digital route isn't 9.
Just then, as they were pondering what to do next, there was a noise. A noise like someone hitting a thick wooden panel.
What's that sound?
It's coming from the coffin. Junpei looked up, surprised. Seven followed suit, his eyes jumping around the room, looking for the source of the sound.
It's coming from over there.
It wasn't long before they found the altar. Or, more precisely, what was on it.
The coffin.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
How?
By force.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Well, you never know till you try, right?
I mean, it's got a keypad on it. It looks like a puzzle room.
The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Who said that?
I forget. Anyway, we've got to try.
Junpei and Seven leapt at the coffin. They grabbed hold of what purchase they could find and pulled.
Damn it!
See? Didn't I tell you? If you could just pull it open, why would it have something like that?
Clear, enter 0. Seven pointed at a keypad on the side of the coffin.
So unless I put in the right passcode, it's not gonna open.
The noise hadn't stopped. It sounds like somebody knocking on my door downstairs. It's driving me nuts. In fact, as it continued, it had only gotten louder and more forceful. What were they supposed to do?
Is there some sort of clue somewhere?
They stood there for a few moments, staring at the coffin, and then Seven spoke.
Hey, Junpei. I remember you mumbling about some weird numbers over by the bathroom in the first-class cabin.
Oh, shoot.
You got those numbers by solving the secret message Clover was holding, right?
Oh, is it that
Truth
easy?
is gone, or something like that.
Yeah, that's right. What about it?
Well, maybe that number's the passcode for this thing, too.
It's worth
Come
a
on,
shot.
That's impossible.
Why is that impossible,
Those numbers were the
Junpei?
code to unlock that safe.
Yeah, but the person who set up that safe in this coffin is the same person, right? Zero set up both of these.
Yeah, probably.
Try it,
Well, then they
Junpei.
might have set the same passcode for both of them.
That's ridiculous.
Just try it,
Just try
Junpei.
it. I mean, it's not like you'll make things any worse.
It'd just be a waste of time. There's no way they're the same number.
Just fucking try it, Junpei,
How do you know
moron.
that? You never know until you try. The only necessity for success is the willingness to suffer 1,000 failures.
Yeah, throw his words back at him.
Who said that?
You.
Fine.
He knelt down in front of the keypad and looked at it. Perhaps because he'd repeated them so many times before, the numbers came easily to Junpei's mind.
1438 3421.
Quickly, he typed them in. He checked that he'd entered the right numbers, took a deep breath, and pressed the E button. It only took a moment.
What? You gotta be kidding me.
Junpei, you moron. There was a click. And with a heavy clunk, the lid of the coffin slid off onto the floor. Someone sat up from inside.
Snake!
Why are you in a cultist robe?
You? Why?
Ah, those voices. Junpei and Seven, unless I'm mistaken. Where are the others? Are they elsewhere?
Of course, there was no reason Snake would have known anything about where anyone else would be. Junpei and Seven looked at one another. There was a great deal he needed to know, but... They had to tell him something, however, so they began to talk. Snake explained to them how he came to be locked in the coffin. Apparently, he'd been hit with some sort of knockout gas, and Junpei and Seven explained what had happened to the rest of them. Snakes do hibernate, yeah.
I believe I got the gist of everything. Have I been sufficiently caught up?
Wait, remind me, is this Taliesin Jaffe? No, there was one thing they kept from him. There was one thing, however, that neither Seven nor Junpei could bring themselves to say. Clover's dead. That Ace had killed Clover. They feared that if Snake knew, he might well go insane. They decided as much by a look the moment Snake had climbed out of the
That still
coffin.
doesn't explain why you were trapped in here.
We've still got no clue about Zero's true identity, let alone why the hell he's doing all this. Why did he put Guy X in Snake's clothes? Is all this stuff somehow related to that notary game that was played 9 years ago?
Hey, Snake, do you know anything?
It is Taliesin Jaffe, right. Junpei put the question to Snake. His answer was less than illuminating.
What are you talking about? I apologize, but I have no idea what you're saying.
It seemed as though Snake was, perhaps, not being entirely honest, but that knowledge did Junpei and Seven little good.
Oh, come on, just tell us if you know.
I don't know what to tell you. How can I know something I don't?
No matter how many times they asked, he insisted that he knew nothing. It was becoming clear that Snake wouldn't give in, and every second they spent asking him was a second wasted.
We're running out of time.
We need to go after Ace.
However, they stood in silence, the overpowering atmosphere of the chapel almost stifling. Wait, hang on. 2 plus 3 is 5, plus 5 is 10, plus 6 is 16, plus 7 is 23. That's not going to work. Unless they have Clover's 4 bracelet. No, but that would be 6 people. Junpei, Seven, and Snake simply stood at a loss for what they should do next.
What do we do now?
He glanced over at Snake's wrist. Sure enough, he could see the 2 on the bracelet on Snake's wrist.
The 3 of us can't make a digital root of 9.
Yeah, we just get 5.
We're stuck here then.
Oh, hey, I just remembered something.
Seven began patting his pockets as if he were checking to see if any of them held anything.
What is it?
I found something earlier.
What did you find?
You brought Clover's,
This.
thing. He'd finally found the pocket he wanted, and his hand dove into it. Seven pulled out something round and metal. A bracelet. There was no mistaking the number glowing at them from the face like a cartoon
0.
eye. Wait, a 0?
0's bracelet.
What did you say? Are you saying that 7 has the number 0 bracelet?
Yeah.
Where did you get that?
Interesting. Did Clover have that? Snake's question was innocent enough, but if he learned the truth, if he'd been able to see, he would have noticed Seven look away.
Clover gave it to me.
She did?
Yeah.
How did she come by it?
Well, she found it. See, on the other side of door 1, A deck, in the captain's quarters. She asked me to hold on to it because it was too big and bulky for her to be lugging around.
He's lying.
Junpei could tell right away that Seven wasn't telling
He
the
even
truth.
told us earlier.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. Didn't want to disturb the crime scene, you know? Basic stuff. Well, I did borrow one thing.
He probably said that so Snake doesn't find out about Clover.
All right, Junpei. Been nice knowing you.
Oh, he's gonna take Snake. Oh, he's gonna take Snake and leave me behind because he has the 0 bracelet. Oh no! I take back what I said about you being reliable.
What?
7 plus 2
Come
plus
on,
0
man,
equals
I'm
9.
just kidding. Still, just in case, I want to make sure the 0 bracelet gets picked up by the red. Snake, give me a hand, all right?
Hey, sup, Danny? Without waiting for a response, he started walking toward the door. Junpei and Snake followed him quietly. Before long, they found themselves in front of the larger of the 2 doors. Seven and Snake put their palms on the red. Once they'd done that, Seven put the number 0 bracelet on the scanner panel as well. A third asterisk appeared on the screen. 7 plus 2 plus 0 equals 9. Now they just needed to pull the lever and the door would open.
Huh? Why isn't it open?
Error? Oh, we can't use the 0 like this? I wonder if 0 just opens the door by itself.
Well, the third asterisk lit up, so it must have registered the 0 bracelet.
Maybe it isn't actually 0.
Oh yeah, because she pressed the button sequence. So it... Wait, but Junpei's reverted back to 5.
What?
That bracelet may not actually produce the number 0 when scanned.
And how do you know that?
That is what I'm saying. Why don't we try a few different combinations? Perhaps we can determine what number that bracelet actually contains.
Oh, got it!
Junpei nodded. They decided to use the following combination. Alright. So, Snake plus Junpei plus 7 is 14, which is 5. So it would have to be 4 to open. And since it's probably Clover's... excuse me. Junpei plus 7 is 12, is 3, which would have to be a 6. Snake and Junpei would be 7, so it would have to be a 2. Let's try Snake and Junpei and 7 in the bracelet.
Let's try all 3 of us in the bracelet.
Snake and Junpei, 7, okay.
If this combination works,
5.
then the number for this bracelet is 4.
It didn't open.
Oh! Huh.
Then this bracelet is not 4.
Then...
Junpei continued. Let's try 6. Which would be interesting if 6 was 0.
Let's try me, 7, and the bracelet.
Junpei plus 7 equals 5 plus 7 is 12. 1 plus 2. Guessing 7 doesn't have his memory and took his name from his bracelet number? Yes, actually.
If this combination works, then the number for this bracelet is 6.
They scanned in their bracelets. Aha!
It opened.
Yes, so it would seem.
7 clearly hadn't thought their experimentation would produce anything useful and looked rather confused. Snake was, as usual, calm and smug. The door slid closed. Junpei's forehead furrowed.
That means the bracelet is actually 6.
5 plus 7 plus 6 is 18.
But
1 plus 8
how is that
9.
possible? The display on the bracelet clearly shows a 0.
Suddenly, from somewhere far beneath them, they heard the creak and groan of tearing metal. With it came the sound of water pouring into parts of the ship that had, until recently, been dry.
Oh man, that's not good. I guess our time's just about up, huh?
Yep, we better hurry.
At any rate, we know now that the door can be opened. Let's go.
It's just me and 7 can go through. Right? 3 plus 4 is 3 plus 6 is 9 plus 2 is 11.
But, Snake, are you sure?
Yeah. You know that only Junpei and I can go through this way.
You needn't worry. I have a solution to this problem.
Oh, what's
My
your
last
solution?
resort. But if now is not the time for last resorts, then when?
Last?
Resort?
Are you going to reveal that you're 0? Junpei, 7, and Snake ran full tilt down a long, straight hallway. Wait. How did Snake get in without exploding? Oh, wait. Snake doesn't have his bracelet on, right? They were headed for the stern of the ship and had no time for distractions. As they ran, 7 spoke.
Gotta admit, you really surprised me there, kid. I couldn't figure out how the hell you were gonna get out of that one. How come you didn't do that right off the bat?
As I told you, it was a last resort. Had I used it at the beginning of the game, I would have come under a great deal of suspicion. I imagine that most people would have taken it to mean that I was 0. Once they'd convinced themselves of that, I wasn't optimistic about my chances of making it out of here alive, let alone unscathed.
What was it you
I felt
did?
best to play my cards close to the chest, as it were. That way, if I were in a situation where there was nothing else I could do, I'd have a little trick up my sleeve. I'd just take my bracelet off.
It was on his fake arm. Ah, because it's on all our left arms. Ah. Snake's plan had been simple but effective. He simply removed his bracelet. How? To Junpei, it had looked as though Snake had simply crushed the bones of his hand until they were small enough to fit through the wristband. Of course, that would have been practically impossible, so how had he done it?
My brother's left arm is, it's not like a normal person's arm. fake. It's not a real arm.
Snake had slid the bracelet off and tossed it into the coffin.
I know this is kind of a weird thing to say, but I'm glad that's a fake arm.
Don't have to be afraid of the door if you don't got a bracelet.
You are correct.
He'd walked through the door easily, without authenticating. He stepped out the other side unscathed and began running down the hall alongside Seven and Junpei. They kept running for a while longer and eventually came upon a set of stairs leading downward on the right side of the hallway. They stopped and peered down the staircase.
I think these stairs connect to the bottom deck.
There's a bomb in each of their guts that's connected to the bracelet. They authenticate at the door device with the right combination of numbers. Then they go inside, and they have to find the corresponding device on the other side where they can deactivate the signal that's about to explode the bomb in their guts.
Doesn't look like it's underwater.
Snake's original codename is Niels, a combination of Japanese for two, Ni, and considering the general impression he gives, Niels Bohr. I don't know who Niels Bohr is. They nodded quickly to one another and jogged down the stairs. It only took a few minutes to make their way to the bottom deck. There was a single hallway in front of them, at the end of which was a single door.
Let's go through that door.
Junpei threw it open. Inside was a massive iron gate. A plate was affixed to the top of it. Gosh, an incinerator. It read incinerator.
Oh my. That doesn't sound very pleasant. Do you see a lever near the gate, perhaps?
Yeah, right over here.
How did you know that?
Well, I'd be happy to regale you with the story. I imagine it should only take half a day or so.
Junpei grumbled, gave Snake a dirty look, and jogged over to the lever. Niels Henrik David Bohr was a Danish physicist who made foundational contributions to understanding atomic structure and quantum theory, for which he received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1922. Cool. Yeah, if somebody goes through the door who didn't authenticate, their bomb goes off. And if you put in the wrong combination, and if you have fewer than 3 or more than 5 people who go through the door, their bombs go off.
If you pull it, the door ought to open.
Got it.
He pulled the lever down. Keep knows because he competed in the Nobel game before. It's not because he's Zero. With the rumble of an ancient motor, the door opened. There was no need to hold back and no time to hesitate. They pushed their way inside. Standing in front of them were Ace and Lotus. Ace still held the revolver in his hand. It was still pressed hard against Lotus's temple. A small dark bruise had begun to form near the tip. Even from several yards away, Junpei could see that Lotus was shaking. Also, it looks like there's a number on the door behind him. She was terrified. But perhaps more interesting was what Junpei saw behind them. 9. Another number 9 door.
Why? Why is there another one?
The door stopped Junpei in his tracks. It simply shouldn't have been there. As his brain finally began to consider why, the whine of a warning klaxon filled the air, drowning out any thought.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Well, that's bad.
Incineration will take place in 9 minutes.
Of course it's 9
Evacuate
minutes.
the incinerator immediately.
Oh my, how exciting. You've run quite a show here, Zero.
A terrifying smile twisted
What's
Ace's
the matter?
face.
Too frightened to understand? Here, let me explain.
It's said that the incineration system is about to activate. In 9 minutes, this room will be engulfed in flame.
Who are you?
why do you not recognize his voice? Isn't his voice the most important one on the ship to you?
You don't recognize me? I'm hurt. It's me, Snake.
Snake? Oh, yes. You are alive. I'm afraid your bizarre style had me confused. I'm quite glad to see that you're alive.
Ace's voice didn't change. Snake ground his teeth.
If you don't mind my asking, how did you get here? Snake, Junpei 7. The three of you couldn't have opened a door with a 9.
Ace is 1, yeah.
Did you use Clover's bracelet, perhaps?
What?
2 plus 5 plus 7 plus 4 is 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Ah, well, your reaction suggests that you did not.
Hold on. Why did you think we'd have Clover's bracelet?
Well, about that, Snake. Junpei felt his chest tighten.
They haven't told you?
Told me what?
Clearly not. Normally, I would take some time and enjoy the moment. But I'm afraid my time is at a premium just now. I'll have to make this quick. Clover.
Don't do it, Ace! Keep your goddamn mouth shut!
No, he's gotta tell him.
Clover.
I said stop it! Don't listen to him, Snake.
Junpei could feel his voice growing hoarse, but Snake didn't listen to him. Joined in a funny moment. Yeah, we're at the end of what is probably the true path.
What happened to Clover?
Ace looked at him. The corner of his mouth curled into the hook of a cruel smile.
Clover died.
The color left Snake's face. He shook his head weakly.
That's not true. That's impossible.
Search your feelings. You know it to be true.
It has to be a lie.
Oh, it's quite true. I can assure you of that. I killed her myself, you see.
What?
Oh, his
I'm
eyes are
sorry,
open.
Did I stutter? I killed her.
Snake's face twisted into a mask of rage, mottled red rising to dot his pale skin. His entire body shook. He looked to Junpei, disturbingly like a demon.
I would have rather she died with less suffering. A bullet in her brain, perhaps, would have been ideal. Unfortunately, that would have made quite a bit of noise. Circumstances being what they were, I was forced to settle for the knife. The one the 9th man had, you remember. I believe I caught her just below the shoulder blade. I was rather lucky, in fact. My first thrust went right between her ribs. Her flesh was so soft.
Jesus Christ,
My
man.
knife slid in so easily. There was no resistance. That feeling was... I confess, I feel rather excited. It is a powerful memory. Someday, perhaps...
Good Lord.
I hope I can feel it again.
Incineration will begin in 7 minutes.
I'm going to kill you.
Snake's words were a guttural growl, barely audible.
What was that?
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Ah, so you're going to kill me. Please do. Come now. I'm waiting.
Don't do it! Don't listen to him, Snake!
Stop it, kid. He's screwing with your head.
Is there a problem? What are you waiting for, boy? Don't you want me to send you to join your sister?
Don't! The snake!
Don't do it!
But Snake could no longer hear them. Snake could no longer hear anything. Well, Snake moved like a bolt of lightning. His scream echoed through the incineration chamber, full of rage and despair.
Snake!
Snake! Well, his gun's no longer on you, Lotus. Attack him. Ace is 1, Snake is 2, Santa is 3, Clover is 4, Junpei is 5, June is 6, 7 is 7, Lotus is 8, and the 9th man didn't have a code name. Another scream filled the room. It was Lotus. She ran across the room toward Junpei, her eyes wide with terror.
Hurry! This way!
Snake's ill-fated attack had loosened Ace's grip on her, and she'd made a run for it. She reached 7 and Junpei and ducked behind her.
Incineration will begin in 5 minutes.
Give me the woman.
He raised the gun.
Her. Without her bracelet, I will be unable to open this door. Quickly now! I don't have time for your shenanigans.
You've got time for plenty of shenanigans, my friend. You're going to have to deal with all of our shenanigans. In the center of the room, Snake's body lay eerily still. He looked like a human larva, prone and vulnerable on the floor.
Then it would seem I have no choice. The rest of you must die as well.
How many bullets you got in that thing, man?
Fortunately, I have 5 bullets left.
Okay, answered my question.
1 for Junpei, another for Lotus, and the last 3 for that lump of idiotic man you call 7. I will take Lotus's body with me and leave this room.
Incineration will begin in 4 minutes.
Well, it looks as though our time together is at an end. I rather enjoyed playing with you.
Damn it!
Junpei could see Ace's finger tighten. He could see it begin to squeeze down on the trigger. His body tensed, preparing for the catastrophic impact of hot lead against human flesh.
Goodbye.
Then it happened. Oh, he's still alive. Snake stood up.
What? No, that's impossible.
You only got him in the gut, man. He's got a bit before he dies. For the first time, Ace's composure broke. With obvious effort, Snake lunged forward 1 step closer to Ace. Then another. He looked, for all the world, like a zombie.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
His voice was the mournful wailing of the undead.
Stay away from me. Get back.
I mean, you could shoot him again.
If you come any closer, I'll... Get away from me!
Little by little, Ace was retreating. His back was already up against a wall. Snake didn't stop. He continued his stiff, inexorable approach, his eyes twin pools of pure
Listen
fury.
to me! I said, don't come any closer! Shit! You bastard!
Spent all your bullets, moron. Ace's revolver leapt 5 times. 5 times, the air in the incinerator was split by the crack of a bullet. Snake's body twitched as 5 clouds of blood and torn flesh leapt into the air across his body. A fine pink mist drifted from his body and disappeared. Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before. And then his strength was gone. His legs crumpled, and his broken and battered body slid to the floor.
Incineration will begin in 3 minutes.
Finally.
You're screwed. You used all your bullets, and 7's gonna kick the shit out of you. But Snake wasn't done.
Kill you.
Even as the pool of blood beneath him grew, he began to move. He half crawled, half slid toward Ace. One bloody arm wrapped itself around Ace's leg.
Get away!
How? His left arm is fake and his hand was crushed. And the other gripped his thigh with strength that should have been long gone.
You son of a bitch! You're a monster! Get off me! Let me go, damn you!
He kicked at Snake with his free leg, driving his foot into Snake's face, his arm, his shoulder. It made no difference. Snake refused to release him. Once a snake has ensnared its prey, rarely does it release it.
This is it, Ace. We're going to burn to death together.
What?
Incineration will begin in 2 minutes.
Yeah, damn it! Damn you! Get off! Let me go, you monster!
We gotta go, man. Hang on. 5 plus 7 is 12 plus 8 is 20. Plus 6 is 26. Plus Aces is 27, which is 9.
Okay, look. Think about it this way. My company owns a wonderful hospital. It has excellent doctors.
Oh, Snake is super dead, Ace.
You're not wounded too seriously. I'm sure they can fix you up easily.
Oh, he's very seriously
You don't
wounded,
have to
Ace.
die. You could be saved. Just let me go.
Pathetic. Begging for your life.
Then Seven and Lotus began to speak. Junpei could hear tears in their voices, and their words were
Snake,
strained.
that's enough! You can stop now!
Yes! He's right, Snake. You've done enough!
Come on, Snake, let's go! Let's get out of here!
You have to come with us. We have to leave together.
Snake turned toward them. He coughed and blood splattered across the floor. Then he smiled a sad sort of smile.
I apologize, but I'm afraid I can't do that. You'd best forget about me. You need to leave soon. I'm going to take him with me.
Shut up! Be quiet!
I couldn't save Clover. My sister died because of me. Perhaps this will begin to atone for that. Perhaps in the afterlife, she can forgive me. Now go. Go now. You have to go.
Incineration will begin in 1 minute.
God damn it! Shit! We're out of time! We gotta go!
Seven ran toward the exit. Lotus followed him. But Junpei couldn't move. There were white lines down Snake's cheeks where his tears had washed the blood away. He was broken, body and soul, and Junpei felt as though half of his own heart had been torn out. His eyes stung, and he tried desperately to swallow to clear the lump in his throat.
Junpei, what are you doing? You have to get out of here now!
Junpei's chest tightened, pulled taut by anger, misery, and a cold feeling of emptiness. Pure emotion surged through his heart alongside the torrent of blood. Hey, Sachihikaru, how's it going? He could feel it building, a tremendous wave growing taller and taller and taller. And then it broke, crashing down with thunderous force onto his shaken, unprepared mind.
Snake! Snake!
Junpei's rational mind was gone. He was driven by instinct now, and he launched himself across the floor at Snake and Ace. Or he tried.
Wait! Don't be an idiot, Junpei!
He felt a hand grab him from behind. It was Seven. Before he had time to react, the larger man had pinned Junpei's arms to his sides and was hauling him bodily back toward the door.
No! No! I have to help Snake!
Junpei is not an intelligent man.
Snake! Get off of me! Let me go!
Incineration will begin in
I remember your name.
10 seconds. 7, 6.
Damn it, I don't get a choice, kid! Don't blame me for this, alright?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Gates 2 and 3 are locked down. Beginning incineration.
Junpei felt Seven's fist bury itself deep in his stomach, and then his legs turned to mush. Seven scooped him up in the same motion and leapt through the door. It slammed shut behind them. Junpei struggled to shaky feet. He glanced over to see Lotus only a short distance away. Junpei ran to the door.
He's...
There was a small window cut into it. Oh, they're gonna watch? Inside, he could see Ace and Snake.
Shit!
He's gonna incinerate the 9 bracelet as well as the 1 bracelet.
Damn you all! Why? Why?
Oh, you know why,
Why
asshole.
me? I don't deserve this!
You sure do.
SME 0! Why? Why? 0! 0!
Oh.
0!
Boy. Yeah, how have you been doing all this time? I saw Will playing my favorite storytelling series and decided to show up. I actually have the first 2 parts of my playthrough on YouTube if you want to watch them. He didn't know how much time passed. He didn't know how long he stood there in front of the incinerator. He looked to the side. Lotus's face was ashen, and if not for the hand she'd put against the wall, Junpei didn't think she could have stood. Seven looked old and tired and used. His eyes stared at the floor, seeing nothing. Junpei said nothing. He simply began to walk toward the open door in the hallway they'd come down earlier.
Hey, wait! Junpei!
Junpei, where are you going?
He blinked when their voices broke the silence. He stopped.
You stay here. I'll go get Santa and June.
You're gonna bring them here?
How?
Don't worry about that. Just stay here and wait, all right?
He began to walk again. How are you going to get them here? He looked over his shoulder and watched Seven and Lotus grow smaller and smaller. They stared back, not moving. He wasn't sure if they could. He turned around again. He knew where he was going.
I saw an elevator on the way here. If I can get it to work, then maybe...
Before long, Junpei found himself in front of the elevator. Next to the door was a button with a triangle on it.
Please work.
He pushed it, and the door opened.
Yes.
All right, where's this going? Junpei was in the large hospital room.
June! Santa!
He kept calling and walked to the center of the room. but try as he might, he couldn't find them.
Damn it. Where did they go?
Increasingly frustrated and increasingly worried, Junpei left a large hospital room. Yeah, it must be pretty interesting for them to see you so involved when you haven't been involved in the fan community all that much. He had no choice. He would have to look for them. Junpei's heart was heavy. He couldn't shake the feeling, but there was a part of him that felt it would be wrong to, even if he could. With every step he took, his legs felt more and more like lead. I'm glad you're getting treatment, man. It's good to see you more involved in stuff. Sometime later, Junpei found himself at the chapel. He stepped inside, expecting to find nothing. But there, on the red carpet in the center of the room... June! No, codenames didn't matter any longer.
Connie!
She was Connie. Junpei cried her name and ran. Wait, is Santa Zero? Like lightning he ran across the room toward her.
Connie!
He stumbled to a stop. As he looked down at her body, lying so still on the floor, he felt the icy grip of fear upon his heart. She was still, so very still.
No, it can't be. It's impossible.
Slowly, Junpei bent down toward her. His hands shook, and he felt very cold and very hot at the same time. He forced himself to look. Her back. Her back was moving. Slowly, it rose and fell. That was probably Zay that explained Elder Scrolls lore to you. He's a huge fan. A real nerd. Relief washed over
Connie!
him. Junpei reached down and gently, very gently, lifted her up.
Connie, are you all right?
Jumpy?
Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Trembling, Junpei wrapped his arm around her back. Wait, are we not going to make it out? Is this another bad end? Interesting. She was cold. Very cold. Junpei tried to convince himself that it was only his imagination, but she felt as though she were fading away. He could feel his heart pounding frantically in his chest.
Connie, what the hell happened to you? You feel...
Jumpy, I'm sorry.
Her voice was very faint.
I might not make it.
No way. No way I am going to let you die. I am going to save you. I promise.
Thank you, Jumpy. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Jumpy. Really happy.
I mean, I don't imagine it was that jarring for people. They just assumed you were an old friend of mine.
Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on. All right, Connie?
Jumpy, did you know you meant a lot to me when we were kids? I liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time.
Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. He looked down at Akane. There was a crack of static from above his head, and a voice spoke.
0. You son of a bitch! Where are you hiding?
Junpei frantically scanned the ceiling for the source of the voice.
What the hell are you talking about? No. No, it hasn't. I'm not gonna let it end yet. I'm gonna get out of here with Connie. Why?
Because you chose the wrong path.
This is the
Wrong
bad end.
path?
Are you breaking the fourth wall?
What are you talking about? I told you! I am not gonna lose!
I haven't lost.
What?
Junpei didn't have time to ponder what that meant before he heard the door slam shut behind him. He spun around. There was no one there. Was it 0?
Connie, wait here. I'll be right back, I promise.
She managed a single nod. Junpei laid her back down gently and leapt for the door. He yanked it open and shot outside. No one. The hall was empty. There was nothing moving anywhere.
Where are you? It doesn't matter. I need to get Connie out first.
He didn't want to leave Kane alone any longer than he had to, so Junpei turned around and headed back to the chapel. Is she gone?
Connie!
She wasn't there. She wasn't anywhere. She'd been lying there on the floor just moments before, and now she was
God.
gone.
No. No. Where is she? Connie. Connie! Connie! Connie!
His cry split the heavens themselves. He screamed until his voice gave out. Then he screamed some more. But there was nothing, no answer. His voice faded away, and all that remained was cold, unfeeling silence. That was when he noticed it.
Huh?
Gas or water? A strange smell, one he'd smelled before.
Wait.
It is gas!
This is... white smoke.
9 seconds later, Junpei's mind winked out. It doesn't say bad end. It doesn't say bad end in the bottom right-hand corner. Was this the good ending? Or is there some kind of, like, golden ending that you get by completing all of the paths? I think I heard that that was a thing in visual novels. Visual novels do that. I'll leave it to Shy. Shy, what do you want to tell me about what's going on? This was my third ending, yes. out of the 5 it showed. But there's 6 question marks and ending icons in the save file, so there is probably a golden ending by getting all the others. Let's wait for the credits to finish. Okay. The end.
Or is it?
Chance of loss is not 0. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. 4th, 1912 is big. Okay, that's 3 of the endings. Okay. I like more info. I'm going to ask, is this a game where you have to get all the other endings and then you get a golden ending? If you don't want to tell me that, that's fine, but that is my question. Because it's seeming like that's what I got to do, because there are 6 question marks ending slots on the save file, but there's only 5 endings here. Renamed in the... Not quite, but you're on the right track. You don't have to get every ending, but there are several places you need to go to. Will that happen if I just do everything? Or do I have to do very specific things? Don't anyone else answer that, by the way. Let Shy Monkeys answer that, because they're the patron who picked this game. Specific things, the flowchart will guide you as it did with that last ending. Okay, so pay attention to the locks and keys then. Okay, so my plan for next time is to do this stuff and see if there are more keys down that path. And then do this branch. Maybe I'll do this in between, just for completion's sake. Okay. But that, I think, is where we're going to have to end it, because we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. And I'm not going to be able to accomplish anything in the next few minutes. So the plan for next time is going to be do this, see if there's anything I unlock by doing that. Do this, I guess, just in case. And then do these branches. Or maybe, because unlocking this forced me down this path and wouldn't have let me get this. Wait, did you increase to 6 hours? Let me check my notes. Hang on. Oh, you're right. 6 hours. My bad. Sorry about that. That's my mistake. I'm sorry. So we've got another hour. All right. So, because... Okay, so when I did not unlock this, I got this path. But because I unlocked this, I didn't have a choice to go down this path. I automatically went down this path. So if I want to see both of these endings, I assume I have to do this and then do this. And then come back to this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down this path. And then we're going to go down this path. And come back to it. Shy, if you want to tell me if that's how the last two endings works. When it comes to the keys on the flowchart, if you go back and stop a key from happening for one, it basically relocks it so you can see the other ending. Oh, okay. Well, we will do this then.
Well, it's stupid to just sit around here doing nothing.
Uh, 8, 3, 6, 5, or digital root would be 4, right? 11, 14, 22, 4, yeah. I will go through door 4. Yep, we're doing door 4 now. Decided that door 4 would be fine.
With Lotus, Santa, and June. There's nothing to worry about. I just need to stay by her side.
The white-haired guy in the cute outfit? That's Santa. June, Akane Kurashiki.
It's no problem this way.
Wait. Okay. It's left my head. So answer this truthfully, Shy. Was Kurashiki one of the names on Zero's note? In the safe? No. Okay.
I should
false
see the
alert.
other 4 off.
He made no shows of affection, but Junpei saw her as something more than just a friend from his childhood.
Looks like Ace and the others are going.
He watched the other 4 walk toward their door. Ace, Snake, Clover, and 7. Junpei said nothing as they left. Before long, they had reached door 5. They talked to one another for a few seconds, saying things Junpei couldn't hear, and then laid their hands one by one on the scanner panel of the red.
Now then.
Ace grabbed the lever. His face tight with determination, he turned over his shoulder to look at Junpei and his companions.
Be careful.
As Ace pulled the lever, the door swung open, the mouth of a great, hungry beast.
So horrible.
Beyond the door, Junpei knew, lay the sad remains of the 9th man. It did not surprise him that Ace, Clover, and 7 hesitated. The body was not a pleasant thing.
What are you doing? We need to hurry.
Snake had no such problems, as his blindness made him immune to the horror. He stepped through the door, his feet making a wet splack in the pool of blood. Okay, so if Zero's one of us, it can't be Ace. I don't think it's Snake. It could be Santa. Clover's dead. It can't be Junpei. It could be June. I don't think it's 7 or Lotus, and the 9th man died immediately. It's looking like it's not June, but I'm still so suspicious of her. But it's kind of pointing towards Santa, isn't it?
Snake, your shoes!
It's fine. Hurry! Or are you planning on dying with everyone else? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you?
Sorry, Snake!
Let's go!
The 3 remaining steeled themselves and stepped through the door. Door 5 swung shut, closing with the heavy finality of metal upon metal. Junpei and his companions scrambled to the door.
Hey! How is it over there?
Kentaro Hongo, Nagisa Nijisaka, Teruaki Kubota, and Kagechika Musashido. Okay.
Did you find anything? Please say something, will you?
Something's beeping.
It's just like before.
Probably the sound of the detonator on the bracelet.
Do you think they're okay?
June's face showed her concern more plainly than her words ever could. Almost as though in response to her question, a voice rang out from the other side of the door. It was
Hey,
7.
there it is! That's gotta be that dead thing! Come on, get over here! We gotta authenticate!
The beeping stopped.
The sighs of relief were audible even through the heavy door.
Looks like it stopped.
Junpei and his companions leaned away from the door and breathed a collective sigh of relief
Hey,
of their
guys! Are you doing all right over there?
own. They'd heard Seven's voice, but it wouldn't hurt to be sure.
Fine.
Despite the recent danger, Clover's voice was as bubbly as ever.
I'm gonna tell you about this whole dead thing, okay? The dead is just like the red, but the color's different. You know how the red was red? Well, the dead is blue. Other than that, it's just like the red. Authenticating is the same too.
Awesome! Thanks. That helps a lot.
Well, we should probably move on now. You be careful out there.
Roger that.
Junpei and the others left door 5 and headed toward door 4.
Now it's our turn. I'll go first.
They stood in front of the red and placed each of their hands upon it. Four asterisks appeared on the screen. Junpei grabbed the lever and turned around.
We ready?
Yeah.
Sure.
Let's go.
None of them looked particularly optimistic, but their faces were set. Junpei nodded to them and turned back toward the
All
red.
right. Let's go.
With strength and determination, he pulled the lever.
Run!
The four of them leapt through the door together. The moment they had passed through it, each heard a cold, electronic sound coming from their left wrist.
Oh, damn.
In the center of each bracelet, a red skull appeared and began
It's counting
to flash. The detonator's countdown had begun. In the long moment that each of them spent staring at their wrists, the numbered door behind them closed, the sound of metal on metal reverberating down the hallway.
We can't go back!
We need to hurry and find the device.
Hey! Where the hell is the dead?
How would I know?
Don't give me that crap! Start looking!
I already am.
They began to run, eyes looking frantically for the device that was the key to their salvation. The hallway they found themselves running down was a long one, easily 300 feet in length. On the right side of it stood a series of wooden doors, all nearly identical. If they had taken time to think, they would likely have discerned that the doors led to cabins.
Don't tell me the dead is in one of those rooms.
Oh no! How many rooms do you think there are?
Junpei was too frightened to count properly, but at his best guess, there were 7 or 8 of them.
Fuck!
We don't hear the F-bomb very often in this game.
Don't have time to count.
Junpei ran to the nearest door.
Them all.
He grabbed the knob and shook it hard.
It won't open.
Alright, so discard this door, Junpei. It didn't feel locked, more like someone had hammered an iron plate over the other side of the door. Junpei turned around to find another door and saw that his companions had already run to doors of their own. They did not seem to be having any more success than he had. Their own words confirmed his fears.
So good.
Same here.
It's not moving!
June was the last to speak up. As Junpei looked in her direction, his eye caught something he hadn't noticed before. A small red
there it
blinking
is,
light.
at the end of the hallway. Run!
Even as he yelled, he ran. He grabbed Santa, Lotus, and June and pulled them toward the light. Santa called out to them as
Hey,
he
how
ran.
many more seconds do we have?
How would I know?
Our time limit is 81
Yeah, they haven't
seconds.
been keeping count.
I know that, goddammit! I'm asking you how many seconds we have left!
Does it matter? Just run. In all likelihood, Junpei figured, nearly a minute had already passed since the door had closed behind him. If that was true, urgency foremost in all of their minds, they arrived at the end of the hallway. The dead sat on the left wall, blinking almost tauntingly at them.
It's the dead! Get over here!
Junpei grabbed hold of the machine, his hands slick with sweat and shaking. He slammed his hand against the scanner handle. It's 81 because it's 9 times 9, yeah. Excuse me. The other 3 quickly followed suit. With a grunt, Santa yanked the lever downward.
Looks like it stopped.
His hands beginning to steady, Junpei wiped away some of the sweat that had beaded on his forehead. As they caught their breath, the 4 companions began to look around.
There's another door at the end of the hallway.
He could see a heavy-looking set of double doors. You mean the doors were right next to? Because we just used the dead next to them? Set into the walls of the hallway on either side of the larger door were 2 smaller
Let's try this one first. And of course it won't open.
How many times had he come across similar doors with similar results, he wondered. Or perhaps he corrected himself, more a lack of results. Whatever the reason, the door remained firm and unyielding, and refused to allow Junpei or anyone else passage.
A keyhole.
Oh, the Mars door. Above the keyhole was a small symbol engraved
What's
in
this
the
mark?
brass.
Mail?
He wasn't quite sure what to make of it, and stared at it for a moment in confusion. It was June that corrected him.
No, not exactly. That's probably the symbol of Mars. Well, technically, they are the same symbol. But I saw a number of similar symbols near the main stairway. The symbols of the solar system.
Oh, that's right. The Sun, Saturn, and Earth.
At least that's what I'm assuming.
So this isn't the man symbol. It's a symbol for Mars?
And we need the Mars key, Resident Evil style.
Yes.
It would be interesting to make a Resident Evil style version of this game. Or set on this ship. Where you have to explore the ship and find the keys and get through everything. That would be an interesting adaptation of this idea.
I see. Wait, where's Santa?
While Junpei and June talked, Santa had disappeared. They turned to find him some distance down the hallway. He had gone to check the other doors. Eventually, he reached the last of them and jogged back. It took him only a moment to catch his breath again.
So, I looked the place over. Here's the deal. None of the other doors open.
Then that must mean...
Good to know.
We only have 2 more doors.
Well, 3. Lotus examined the doors on either side of the larger double door. Each one had a metal plate attached to it.
Maybe it's the room number.
B92 and B93. I mean, yes,
the door on
probably.
the left has a B92, and the one on the right says B93. All right, let's open them.
We are on B
I'll
deck.
open B92.
Okay, I'll get B93 then.
Junpei put his hand on the doorknob, and Santa moved to the other door. They'd made it through the numbered door alive. There was nothing more to be afraid of. Junpei and Santa looked at each other and nodded.
2, 3!
In unison, they pushed against their respective doors and promptly found themselves in a new room. Jun followed Junpei as he threw open his door. They turned around and saw that the door on the other side was open as well. Through the door was another person, his mouth agape. It was Santa. What?
Hey, it opened.
Yeah, it did.
Junpei and Santa looked at each other.
I didn't expect that.
It was so easy.
Lotus's calm voice broke into their
Maybe
thoughts.
this is all part of Zero's plan. I can't say I enjoy being treated like someone's puppet.
As she headed for room 93,
Well,
Lotus
now
continued.
we have these 2 rooms. I'm sure there's something in there that will help us get out of here. Let's find it. Santa and I will search this room. You 2 take the other one.
All right.
Okay.
Seek a way out. Okay, let's start looking around. That vase looks expensive. I wonder how much we could get for it. That's your first thought in this room? Are you gonna steal it? Okay, looks to me like a warhorse with a giant headdress. Or maybe I'm Rorschaching too hard. To say one thing in advance, when you get to a choice with a lot of options in this escape room, click the one that starts with F. This isn't a guide, it's just a fun thing. Okay. This is kind of a weird looking picture. Do you think it's an abstract painting or something? It looks kind of like a demon with an elephant-like nose. Sucking on a human being's brain? Where the hell did that come from? What's her brain made of? Can't say I'd mind finding out a little more about what goes on in there. What is this? That's the bathroom wall. There are square tiles all over it. Oh, it's a shower. It's just a shower head. There's nothing special about it. That's the shower knob. Let's see if anything happens when we turn it. No water's coming out. How about the soap dish? There's a little blue platform protruding from the shower wall next to the knobs. It's for putting soap on. I used a shower once, so I know. I used a shower once? Oh, right, in Japan they don't really shower, they take baths. Now let's check the toilet. There's nothing there. The tank's empty, too. There isn't even any water in it. I like this track. The escape room track is very good. A collection of full and partially depleted rolls of toilet paper. Someone was well prepared. There's nothing too suspicious about it. Yeah. Why don't we go back to the living room? Okay. Let's go back. Yeah, I haven't had a bath in a long time either. I don't exactly have room in my shower. Jumpy, what are you doing? We don't have the time to be relaxing on a sofa. It's a display case, but there's nothing being displayed. How sad. Looks like the drawers are empty too. What is this? Matches. All right. Lots of matches. There are matches inside, obviously. Can I open it? You think we could burn down that door at the end of the hallway with these matches? Not gonna work, huh? Okay. Junpei looked down blankly at what he was holding.
Oh yeah,
then up
how's
at
your
June.
fever? You feeling better now?
Yes, I'm fine.
June certainly
Let me see your
looked
forehead.
fine. Junpei held his hand on her forehead for a few seconds.
Guess it really has gone down.
Not for long.
Worried about me?
She's got a few hours left and then she's done. Yeah, I guess I am.
I guess I am.
June blushed.
By the
and
way,
giggled.
Jumpy,
Hmm?
how did you end up here?
What do you mean? I told you earlier, didn't I?
There was a man with a gas mask when you got home at night. You inhaled some white smoke and passed out. When you woke up, you were on D-Deck.
Damn straight.
But is that really the truth?
Yes.
What?
Jumpy, are you hiding something from me?
No. Why would I?
Well, if you think about it, this is awfully suspicious. I mean, why would two childhood friends bump into each other in a place like this?
That's why I'm suspicious
Hey,
of
I
you.
could ask you the same thing. Are you hiding something?
What would I hide?
What would I hide?
I don't know. Anything. I mean, you're hiding it. How would I know?
You mean like the number of men I've dated?
Well, that's a bit of a jump. Junpei's heart stumbled
Do you
over
want
itself.
to know?
If you're offering the information, sure, but you brought it up. He had to admit he was a little curious.
Don't worry.
Oh yeah, is it 9?
Only
She smiled
18.
at him. Well, the digital root of that is 9, so...
Times 0. Yeah.
All right.
I guess I just haven't met Mr. Right yet.
June looked a little embarrassed and scratched the back of her head in a desperate attempt to seem nonchalant.
I see.
Junpei coughed quietly in much the same
Anyway,
way.
I'm not hiding anything. Just like you, Jumpy. When I woke up, I was on D-Deck.
Well, you do have a point. I mean, why did Zero pick us? We haven't seen each other since elementary school.
My guess is still that Akane was in the first Nonary game. And possibly that she's Zero.
I wonder.
June nodded, and for a few moments she had the faraway look of someone
Look
in deep
for
thought.
what connects the victims. That will lead you to the culprit.
Though Santa does have motivation to be Zero, though, considering his sister died in the first Nonary game.
Do you remember Seven saying something like that?
Yeah, I do. So?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think this must all have something to do with a classmate of ours.
You got any ideas who it might be?
No, nothing.
Why'd you think it was a classmate then?
Well, if it had something to do with school, then it could be one of our teachers, or maybe the principal.
Or the janitor, or the lunch lady.
No, I can barely remember any of them.
Yeah, I know.
Junpei went back to searching, feeling unpleasant and confused. Elementary school. Elementary school. Was there anything strange that had happened in elementary school? As he searched the room, he continued to rack his brain. It's a round wooden table. Okay. Alright, let's look at this map. Bedroom, that's what's in there, okay. That's a funky-ass bed. That looks unpleasant to sleep in, actually. Especially since I'm tall. Well, I'm only 6 feet tall, but still. Look, there's 2 pillows right next to each other. Guess it's a double. Huh? What's up? You're turning red. Oh man, is her fever back? Nope, she's having lewd thoughts. Hey, are you alright? Do you need to lay down for a minute? I'm fine. I think it's still a little early for that. Yep, she's having lewd thoughts. Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? It's a light blue blanket with some designs on it. Someone's made the bed, or at least never unmade it. There's only bed sheets under the blanket. Nothing exciting. A bed frame. Now we don't have to worry about falling off. I toss and turn when I sleep. She's blushing again. What the hell is she thinking about? Oh, you know. You. It's a bottle with water in it. This is a bedroom. They probably have it here because your throat always feels dry when you wake up, you know? My throat's dry, but I think that's because I'm a little nervous right now. Well, we did run a lot, so we're kind of sweating. Hey, Jumpy, did you want to take a shower together? Man, she is real forward. Whoa. Just kidding. Too late to take it back. My brain's already working out the picture. My throat was dry already. This sure isn't helping. A wooden cupboard. There are cups inside, surprising no one. This isn't a painting. Is it a map? It looks like a map of the ship's interior. Oh, this is a great find. I think it'll be really useful. Let's take it with us. Now possible to use a map screen. Cool. Junpei took one last look at the map, then folded it up and slid it back into his pocket. June looked up as he closed it.
This ship is bigger than I thought.
Yeah, it's probably about 900 feet long.
Must be one of those fancy cruise ships.
Of course, it doesn't really look like a cruise ship. Everything in here is really retro. Even if it's just some sort of style choice, there's just too much.
Do you remember what Zero said?
Yeah, we returned to the innuendo timeline.
Do you think maybe this boat and the Titanic have something to do with each other?
That's a good point. I doubt he would have mentioned it if there wasn't a reason.
Junpei took a moment to look around the room.
Do you think this boat is...
A replica of the Titanic?
Replica of the Titanic?
A replica?
Yeah, you know, like a copy of the actual boat.
Who on earth would make something like that?
I don't know. Lots of people. Rich and powerful who have nothing better to do with their money.
Fans. Crazy Titanic fans.
No way. Do you even know how much money that would take?
No
Lots.
idea. But all they've got to do is break even, you know?
Break even?
Yeah, they could use it as a cruise ship. Climb aboard a piece of history, sail around the world in the resurrected Titanic. Hell, with marketing like that, they'd probably have more customers than they'd know what to do with.
Yeah,
Do you
probably.
really think people would want to ride on a ship with such an ominous past? It's the site of the worst accident in history.
Oh, June. There are much worse accidents in history.
Over 1,500 people died. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd get cursed just for going.
A curse, huh?
Jumpy, do you believe in that sort of thing? You know, curses and stuff?
Ooh, what do I want to say here? I don't believe in curses personally. but that would probably shut her down. This might be a key conversation. Titanic is still high up there and is the most famous one, but yeah, it is not the worst one, even if you discount war-related disasters. How many people did Fukushima kill, and how many people did Chernobyl kill? I'm going to say no.
Sorry, but I can't really say I believe in that kind of stuff.
Tact was not one of Junpei's many better qualities.
What about you? No, I guess that's kind of a dumb question.
Yes, I do believe in curses. In fact, I think it was a curse that sunk the Titanic.
Oh, well, there was a lot of talk about it being a punishment for the hubris of man. But...
What?
A curse sank the Titanic. The curse of the Egyptian mummy.
All right, there's a jump. Junpei couldn't understand how June had maintained a straight face to say that.
Supposedly, the Titanic carried the mummy of the priestess Amun-Ra, which was stolen from a pyramid. And they say that the mummy had a history. Everyone involved with it died mysterious deaths. Come on, I'm sure you've heard of it before.
Yeah, lots of mummy-related curse stories.
Those who open the coffin will be forever cursed. Haven't you ever heard that one?
So you're saying the Titanic sunk because of that curse?
That's right!
June's eyes had lit up with excitement, like a child with a new toy.
That's stupid. I don't buy it.
It's true!
How can you be so sure?
That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy. It was really mysterious, totally unbelievable.
What is so unbelievable about it?
Well, supposedly, she was really
Wow, I'm
pretty.
being kind of dickish here.
Pretty?
Yes.
But she was a mummy.
That's right.
A pretty
She
mummy,
wasn't all
huh?
shriveled up or rotten or anything. She almost looked alive.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, it's that thing. I don't remember the name. Where your body turns into some kind of wax? Yeah? The fat in it turns into something kind of like candle wax, right? And...
Yes, saponification, but that's not what it was.
Huh?
That's not it. She wasn't wax.
Then what was it?
They say that she was frozen.
Frozen? In the Egyptian
What?
heat?
Frozen?
That's right. The whole body was frozen solid. You know how a human body is more than 60% water? Well, all of that water was frozen. The story says that from the time of its discovery all the way through to when it got put on the Titanic. Even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
I think so
June.
too, but maybe it's true and we just didn't know about it before.
I didn't know?
Yep. Maybe it's common sense to eat shaved ice in the desert because it lasts forever.
Huh? Nah, that seems too silly to be true.
But maybe it isn't. It just appears that way because you didn't know it was true.
You are fucking with me. I think you're fucking with me.
Well, yeah,
June and Junpei talked a little more and then went back to their investigation. But even as they did, his mind went back to what
Ice
she
that
told
doesn't
him.
melt, even in the desert? Does something like that really exist? No, even if it did, it wouldn't really be ice anymore, would it?
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Like he'd eaten his ice cream too fast. There's nothing left in the frame. All right. It's light. Even if it's heavy? Oh, cute, Junpei. That's light. Can I do anything with the water? Yes, I can. Alright. Oh, there's more to the room. A key! Dresser key. Alright. Inside. Alright. This is the mirror for the dresser. And now she's playing with her hair. Does she even realize she's doing that? Hey, we don't have time for that. Come on, it's not like there's anyone here you need to impress. Yes, there is. Who? You idiot! What? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Ah, forget it, Jumpy. Chair that goes with the dresser. There's nothing particularly interesting about it. Alright. In case the drawers are empty too. Alright. Dresser key. Jumpy, where are you going? I was thinking of going over to Lotus's room. Why? What do you mean, why? I'm just gonna go check up on them. Is there something wrong with that? Well, no. Come back soon. Sure thing. I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. Leave it to me. Alright, off to the other room. So a valuable vase. Empty though. A room on the left side of the vase. Alright. Oh! We have to match the parts to the other room's portrait. Alright. This is the bathroom wall. The whole wall is covered in these square tiles. Anything coming out of this? Whoa, look! Junpei! There's a mushroom growing out of the wall. That's a shower head. That's the shower knob. I tried turning it, but no water comes out. This thing's a little shelf for putting soap on. Alright, I already know that. We have to do something in here. Is there anything in the toilet? Guess not. The tank's empty too. Some toilet paper. We've got 2 rolls, I guess. There's a curtain rod on the ceiling. It's probably for shower curtains. Where are the curtains then? That means that if someone's taking a shower, nobody else can use the bathroom. So, I don't see the problem with that. Junpei, you're a pervert. He just said that nobody else could use the bathroom and he was fine with that. Back out we go. Oh, this one's got stuff in it. Hey, check this out. This is a pretty nice sofa. I know. It's a shame I can't take it back with me. A round wooden table. Wow, this is very nice wood. So, big deal. There's something on top of it. Well, let's take the candlestick. A candle with a candlestick. This might come in handy. Let's see if we can combine it with the matches. I know. If I use these matches to light the candle. Lit candle. Alright. That used up the matches. Well, this is a display case. Check it out. These plates and shit look really expensive. You want to take a look? This looks pretty expensive. There are a number of expensive looking plates in here. Plates in here. This looks pretty expensive. Shit. It's not opening. Oh, hey, there's part of the painting. Alright, you grab that side of the table and I'll get the other. Let's smash this bitch open. I don't think that's going to work. That looks like tempered glass. I don't think throwing a table at it is going to break it. What is this? Come on, you stupid thing open. It's locked? Yeah, it looks that way. I have a key. And we need to find the key that opens it. Damn. I guess this is the wrong key. Damn. Well, that means there's got to be another one somewhere around here. Otherwise, we aren't going to be able to open this thing. Pretty weird looking design. It looks like a Holstein pattern. Are you going to elaborate on that? What's a Holstein pattern? Junpei, I don't mean to pry, but you lit that candle so we can check that room over there, right? No, I just lit it because I wanted to burn something. I mean, it is dark, you know. Yeah? So? Well, you need to take it with you then. Otherwise, there's not really much point to lighting it. Oh, I have to equip it, huh? Awesome. With the light from the candle, maybe we can take a look around over there. But it gets so hot when I hold it. I want to put it down. Well, why don't you set it on top of the dresser? It's flat there. At least it won't fall over. Oh, yeah. Good idea. Cool. Hey, it got pretty bright. Yeah, that's how light works, Santa. Now we can look around a little. Dresser drawer, it's locked. Item, just select it. Let's see if this... Yes! Yes, it worked! There's one of the plates. Okay, so I know where 3 of the 4 are. This is the mirror for the dresser. Damn straight. Nothing weird about it, though. Holstein pattern is just the name for the type of pattern cows have. Huh. It's a light, man. Can't you figure that out on your own? Hard to tell if it's burned out or not. Of course, now that we have the candle, I guess it doesn't really matter that much anymore. It's a chair for the dresser. Alright. Bottle full of water. I don't think we're going to need this for anything. Alright. Hey, Junpei, it's a cupboard. There's a freaking cupboard in here. You alright? Oh, don't give me that. Come on, a cupboard in a bedroom can only mean there's a safe in here. Really? Damn, there's nothing in here. Got me all worked up for nothing. Not sure that's how that works. Oh, hey, shower curtain. 2 pillows in a pile. Oh. A pile of pillows. Is that supposed to be some kind of joke? Hey, calm down. Anything under the blanket? Nope, nothing suspicious here. Alright. I have a shower curtain. Huh? Hey, what the hell? It just got dark all of a sudden. Maybe the candle got blown out? We should go see. Damn it. Wait, where'd the candle go? The whole ass candle melted? Where is it? There's a candlestick covered in melted wax on top of the dresser. Hey, what's this? Top of the candlestick looks kind of weird. You're right. It's all bumpy. Is that the key to the display case? Cool. Let's see if this candlestick key will do anything. Yes! It opened. Alright, pull that shit open. I'll take that, thank you very much.
Hey, Junpei, you got a minute?
Sure do. Santa had shown up out of nowhere and gave Junpei no small start.
Here, take this.
Santa pulled something out of his pocket. Oh, it's a clover. It looked like a bookmark. It had a 4-leaf clover.
What is this for? Do you want me to read a book?
I found it in between some of the cushions on the sofa. Pretty sure it ain't gonna be any help to us, but I figured we might as well hang on to it anyway.
We can give it to Snake and
Clover. Then why don't you hold on to it?
Because you're the pack rat, Junpei, and the protagonist. Santa gave him a wry smile.
You know what I hate most in the world?
Oh?
I got 4 things. Hope,
elaborate.
Faith, love, and luck.
Aren't you a real ray of sunshine?
Hope, faith, love, and luck?
Damn straight.
You've been saying damn straight a lot.
Hate these things?
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
Yes.
Not really, but...
Junpei tried to figure out how best to phrase what he wanted to say.
What does a bookmark have to do with any of that?
Santa scratched the back of his ear and looked
Well,
off.
see, each leaf on the 4-leaf clover has a meaning to it, okay? And that meaning is pretty much those 4 words. It's like flower language.
Is it? I'm not sure that's
Well,
the case.
I guess it's not a flower, is it? So, leaf language, I guess? Yeah, you could call them leaf words.
Leaf words.
Junpei looked at the bookmark.
Hope, faith, love, and luck. The meaning of the leaves on a 4-leaf clover.
So, yeah, I want you to take it, okay?
If the bold words were actually in English in the original and Junpei said them again in Japanese. Huh. Interesting.
Just touching it gives me the creeps. Take the damn thing, all right?
Wow, that's pretty weak saucing you, man. Senta pretended to shiver with disgust and shoved the bookmark into Junpei's confused hands. What do you want to do? Yeah, I'll take it. Decided to take it. After all, why shouldn't he?
Sure, I'll take it.
He shoved the thing into his pocket and gave Santa a last confused look.
Oh, man, I feel a lot better now.
This is true? That's what the 4 leaves on a clover are supposed to represent? Huh. I learned
that thing was a real pain, you know?
Do you really hate those 4 words that much?
Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? Hope, faith, love, even your destiny.
What had happened to Santa? Junpei wondered. How had he become such a bitter person? For a moment, they looked at each other.
That's not my only reason.
What?
That's not the only reason I hate the 4-leaf clover. I just can't bring myself to like the number 4.
What, worried about the 4 horsemen?
Nah, come on, man. That's just silly. Maybe back in the Dark Ages, that kind of crap scared people. But this is the 21st century, and I'm a 21st century guy.
And yet you're afraid of the number 4. I know that's a thing in Japan, but... The original did sprinkle English here and there, which is why some scenes look weird, because part of the script was already in English and they had to translate it into Japanese.
I'm a little insulted.
Makes sense.
Then why do you hate 4 so much?
'Cause it's a half-ass number.
You've got some opinions about
Not
mathematics.
the best or the worst. That's why.
What?
9 is a way better number. So what if it's last place, right? At least it's not some lame-ass middle number.
You like the number 9, huh? There's a clue.
What are you...
Santa's explanation made no sense. Junpei was even more confused than before.
Play?
You mean like gambling?
Like gambling?
Yeah, of course. What else would I mean? In Baccarat, the best possible hand totals 9. They call it Le Grand. But the lowest, most worthless cards, zeros, they call Monkey.
Just like the guy in charge of this game, huh? Zero's a monkey.
Santa blinked, utterly stunned. Oh, are you insulted? Then he began to laugh.
Oh man, you're totally right.
This is... hitting me over the head with the possibility of him being 0.
The guy who trapped us in here sure is one hell of a monkey.
That was when Lotus spoke
You know,
up.
if you think about it, the nonary game is really a lot like Baccarat.
Apparently,
But of course,
she'd
it
been
doesn't
listening.
use any of that stupid digital root junk. You just drop the tens digit, and that's it. Still, it does have the same idea of your final number needing to be a single digit.
Oh, yeah, I guess you got a point.
And in both games, whoever has 9 wins.
The person who makes 9 wins?
Wait, did you forget already? Don't you remember what Zero said?
I think he was confused about Baccarat.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9. So, if we want to get off this boat, we have to make a team whose numbers have the digital root of 9.
Yes, glad you're keeping up,
Only the
Junpei.
people in that team are going to make it out alive.
Of course. That's why it's called the nonary game.
What?
Huh?
You don't know? Nonary means something derived from 9, or base 9. It's derived from the Latin prefix nona, which means 9. While we're at it, the prefix for 1 is uni. You know, like the unicorn, the horse with one horn. 2 is bi, like binary. Binary means composed of 2 parts.
Are you giving us a Latin
3 is
lesson?
tri. I'm sure you've heard that one. Like
I know
trio,
all this.
triple, and triangle. You get the idea.
Oh, I guess this would have been lessons in English for a Japanese audience. Never
After
mind,
that,
that's
you have
fine.
Quart, quinti, sext, septum, and so on. And of course the prefix for 8 is octo, like octopus. It's called that because it has 8 legs. Get it?
I see. So then Nona means 9.
So,
Notice not.
how many of us are trapped on this ship?
That'd be 9.
And what are the bracelet numbers we have?
They go from 1 to 9.
And our time limit? How many hours did we have?
0 said 9 hours.
And finally, to get out of this ship,
We need to
We
form a
need to
9.
find the door with a 9 that's hidden somewhere in the ship.
By making a team with the digital root of 9.
Lotus,
and
not
there you have it. The number 9 is everywhere in this game. He's got a real theme of 9s for this whole thing. No wonder it's called the nonary game.
He's certainly got a thing for them. Somewhere far away, Junpei heard the creak of stressed metal. It sounded almost like Zero laughing at them, or the sad, desperate scream of a pig headed to the slaughterhouse. Hey, Junpei, the tile you've got. You think maybe you're supposed to put it in one of those empty spaces? I mean, the pattern does look kind of the same, doesn't it? He's right. I think so too. But if that is the case, you're going to need to collect all 3 tiles, right? Don't you think we should collect all of them before you start putting them in? Well, I have them all. Fill the empty spaces. I need 3 tiles. And come back here. Oh, I have to combine them, don't I? Oh, no, I only have 2. Okay. I don't know why I was counting the middle thing. To the bathroom. Curtain rod on the ceiling. Yeah, there is. Oh, right, I gotta actually select it. Ceiling. Let's put that shower curtain on those hooks. Try spreading the curtains. Holes, huh? Wow, that's a pretty obvious peephole. Somebody's really dedicated. Well, with a hole this big, you gotta wonder if maybe they wanted to be caught. So you're saying maybe the one getting spied on was into that shit? Maybe they were into, like, those home invasion fantasies. Home invasion? Interesting. I see. Hey, everyone's into something. You two are real idiots, you know that? Can I go in there? If I turn away, it opens the shower curtain again. What do I do with the shower curtain? Shut it from the other side. No. Like, if I enter, I can't see the shadow. Oh, wait. Ah! I can access it from here. Let's try spreading the curtains. hole in the curtain. If I look at it from a ways back, I can see a single tile. Alright, from here I can see what tile it is. Looks like it's 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. We'll open it back. Alright, looking through this hole I can see white tile, 5th from the top and 3rd from the right. Let's have a closer look, shall we? Nothing strange here. Nope, the thing's not budging. Well, then that means... Oh, it's the one in the other room. Ah. What's up? You're going back already? Well, I can't just leave June there by herself. What, you think you're her knight or her protector or something? You're creeping me out. Whatever, man. I'm going. Here it is. Yes, this one's loose. I think I can get under this with my nails and... Yes! There it is. There's a tile in the frame, so I guess I'm supposed to put tiles in the empty spaces. Alright, I'm going to give it a shot. Yes, I did it. There, picture complete. And there goes the frame. What's this? What do you mean, what's this? Pretty obvious, isn't it? It's a hole in the wall. Like a hidden safe or something, you know? Anyway, let's take a look. I think there's something inside. Key! Mars key, cool. Junpei messed around a bit with the key he had and looked blankly at the picture that slid down.
What's the deal with this picture anyway?
Santa had only been mumbling to himself, but it drew Lotus's attention. She looked at the picture and paused.
I think I've seen this picture before.
Oh, where?
In a book. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake. He has a rather interesting theory.
Okay, more pseudoscience time?
I saw this picture in his book.
What's this interesting theory?
Morphogenetic fields, which relies on the theory of morphic resonance.
Oh, boy.
Man, I can't deal with this. Just listening to you talk about it is giving me a headache.
Santa put his hands on his head as though he were in great pain. Lotus merely arched an eyebrow in his direction and
It's
continued.
not a difficult concept to grasp. In essence, he states that the shape of living organisms and their behavioral patterns are transmitted through a field not visible to the eye.
This connects to that rat experiment I
What
had.
part of that isn't difficult, exactly?
Lotus did not
All
look
right,
pleased.
how about this? Theory of the telepathic mechanism.
Good
Telepathy?
Lord.
Yes, telepathy. Well, perhaps not exactly telepathy, but it's close enough for a simple approximation.
Santa suddenly burst into laughter.
Are you serious? Telepathy?
You're the one who tells us the rat story later and asks us if we believe in telepathy.
Who do you think we are? Kids from the 70s? I can't believe someone would actually do serious research on something like that.
Yes, I agree.
Lotus's response was surprisingly curt. Junpei had expected at least
I
some
read the
conflict.
book, but I can hardly say I understood it. I'm in no position to defend or condemn anything it said. It was probably just someone latching onto a statistical outlier from some study and turning it into a ridiculous theory. There's no scientific merit to any of it, I'm sure. But even so, Anyway, I saw a picture like that one in his book.
What did he use it for? Lotus indicated the picture they'd all been looking at. After a moment, she walked up to the strange picture, examined it, and then
Hey,
spoke.
What do you think this picture looks like?
Santa answered
What do you
first.
mean? Isn't it just like abstract or something like that? It's just black and white scribbles. There's no meaning there. That's it.
What about you, Junpei? Does it look like anything to you?
I guess it looks like...
Fun Urinpa? The hell is a Fun Urinpa? I'm gonna say it looks like a dog.
Maybe a dog. No, see, you got the head here, and then these are the front paws, and then these are the back paws.
Junpei traced the black contours.
See?
Oh, I see it. I guess you've got a point.
Santa, despite his constant aloofness, was clearly impressed. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. She
How
looked
did you
stunned.
know? You're right. I didn't think you would have been able to guess that.
For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride.
Now we know what it's a picture of, but I don't see how that helps us.
Lotus nodded and began to
A TV
speak.
show from Great Britain did an experiment once. They took two similar pictures. Both of them were difficult to identify, initially. But once you figured out the answer, you couldn't see it as anything else. These two pictures. The first was a woman wearing a hat. The other one, well, to make it easier, let's just say it was this picture of a dog.
Okay.
So, their experiment. First, they sent the picture to other parts of the world outside the reach of British airwaves.
Collective unconscious.
To
theory,
Ireland, the US, Africa, Europe, etc.
Ireland and the US aren't outside the reach of British airwaves.
Then, in each country, they gathered a number of test subjects. Roughly 1,000 people.
I guess this was a long time ago, but Ireland wasn't.
They were shown the two pictures and asked, what does this picture look like to you? The results weren't really interesting on their own. 9.2% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. 3.9% saw the dog in the dog picture. Then, 2 days later, they aired a new program on their show. During the 30-minute show, they broadcast the dog picture and its solution. The audience was estimated to be 200,000 people. After the broadcast, it was a safe bet that the number of people who knew the solution to the dog picture was at least that many. After another 2 days passed, they gathered more research subjects from areas outside the reach of British TV and radio. This time, they only found a sample of roughly 850 people. Naturally, none of them had participated in the first test. They were, however, given the same tests and the same two pictures.
And let me guess, the number of people who guessed the woman was the same, but the number of people who guessed the dog was massive.
The results were startling. 10% of the people saw the lady in the lady picture. The previous test sat at a 9.2% success rate. Not much of a change statistically. The dog picture, however, produced a very different result. The percentage of people able to successfully find the dog, it went from 3.9% to 6.8%, a very significant increase.
That's not significant. That's what's the word? Damn it. That's not a huge difference. That's, damn it, what's the word for it? It's where it's, within statistical variance. Yeah, that's what it is. Thank you.
So do you understand? Do you realize the significance of this experiment? There was no way the second group could have seen the picture. They lived far away from Britain and couldn't have seen it. But even so, it was only the success rate for the dog picture that went up. Why? How did that happen? What does it mean?
Random chance. There were only 850 people in the test. Lotus looked back and forth from Junpei to Santa and back again. Normally calm and collected, she looked now as though she were very nearly possessed, and there was something manic about her manner. Santa took an involuntary step backwards. Junpei didn't budge and stared straight back into Lotus's eyes.
Does this have something to do with that field, or whatever it was that you were talking about earlier? A field not visible to the eye. So, if more people know the answer, then that information will pass through the field. Huh.
Psych!
Yeah, she's just fucking with us. Her manner suddenly shifted, and Lotus smiled broadly at Junpei and Santa. She waved her hand dismissively, doing her best to laugh the whole confrontation off.
I was just kidding. You really shouldn't take me seriously. Well, I mean, the things I just told you about are true. They really did happen. But the results of that experiment really aren't anything to go by. They could have easily falsified them. In the end, I'm sure they were just in it for the ratings. They are a TV station after all.
At last, it seemed that Santa had gained control of his composure.
Right! Man, I gotta admit, you had me there for a minute. I, really thought you were serious.
Of course not. Like I told you before, I'm sure it's all just pseudoscience.
Oh, it is most assuredly pseudoscience.
Oh, okay, right.
Santa and Lotus laughed and gave one another jovial claps on the shoulder that neither of them meant. Junpei, however, didn't feel so much like laughing. Something felt wrong, unclear.
All right, enough nonsense. We've got the key. Let's get out of here.
Word.
Lotus and Santa walked away from the picture, but Junpei stayed, staring at the picture of the dog.
Huh. A field not visible to the naked eye. Morphogenetic field.
The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Don't worry about it, Junpei. Okay, so we have the key to get out of here, and now we're at the 6-hour mark-ish. I think this is a good place to stop. I think this is a good place to stop, and we will pick this back up the next time we do this, which has not been set what date it'll be next month. I'm interested in seeing how the golden ending works. I definitely want to get all the endings. I'm invested enough in this game to do that, but it'll be interesting to see how it works. But yeah, as I said last time, I'm enjoying this immensely. It's very good, very interesting, very fun. Lots of reading, but the puzzles are cool. And the story is good enough to justify all the reading. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. This will be up on YouTube tomorrow morning. Tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Soul Hackers 2. We're approaching the end of the game, so I may finish it tomorrow. I don't know. And then Tuesday we'll be continuing Metal Gear Solid for another patron. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you guys next time.